Few guest speakers, and most especially, just full disclosure, I sent a letter to the IG of police last week, and I said, hey, in the midst of all this conversations around, you cannot protest, we will not tolerate protest. I need you to come and explain the rights of citizens to protest peacefully as part of their constitutional right, the role of the Nigerian police force when there's information of a known public protest, outcomes, events management, risk management, equally, how the police even collaborates with protesters who are legally allowed to express themselves, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, and what they need to do with going an extra mile with seeing that this much advertised, and I use the word advertised, chaos, mayhem, anarchy that they promote, you wonder if these are attributes or what I call expectations that have become template as part of our democracy. It's very weird that you say you want to protest, oh, anarchy. You want to protest, oh, chaos. Why can't it be that, oh, you want to protest, peaceful outcome. You want to protest, yes, make your voices heard. Why do we always subscribe to the worst elements? When you look at how we go about speaking about things that, again, as Nigerian citizens don't really sit well with us. Whenever it's a pro-government protest, it's just fine. So are you saying protest has two definitions under the laws of Nigeria, where if it's pro the government in power, then it checks all the boxes, it's constitutionally allowed. If it's a protest that's irritating or embarrassing to the government, it's illegal. We need to be very, very, very clear, because the minute you start communicating in ways that don't sit well with a lot of citizens, you start finding people being somewhat, I use the word non-compliant. So messaging is key, communication is very important, and tone goes a long way with even showing that there's empathy, there's understanding, and there's a willingness to even have dialogue where it may be a difficult conversation. So I'm not seeing anywhere, and say for a few irresponsible individuals, and I will label them what they are, because I'm not here to say, oh, I'm going to give anybody any kind of oxygen. You want to be woke, you want to feel like you're the most courageous, Van Damme or Johnny Bravo. That's your wahala. People want to protest peacefully. They ought to be able to do so, and the police should be there, because the police are being paid. Whether they catch an armed robber, they catch a burglar, they settle a civil dispute, they transport a criminal to a judicial hearing at the courthouse, they are on payroll to make sure law and order is maintained. So if there's going to be protest, then police should be there to equally make sure that the protesters' rights are protected, because now a lot of what I'm seeing is this attitude of hostility. Oh, not in my state, like some lobbies, let me call them what they are not doing on behalf of the state. You are only even challenging people to come out and confront you when you start using that kind of rhetoric. Not in my state. Go back to your state. You tell someone that built a house, raised his children, that's the only community he knows, probably speaks the language, but may have a different name from a different LGA, to go back to his LGA that he may have never lived his whole life. How did we even become irresponsible as a country in 2024? It's disgusting, it is shameful, it's irritating, and for me, it's just downright disrespectful. We can have our disagreements. The minute we start subscribing to primordial instincts, pulling the worst of human attributes to promote messaging or to water down some type of civic action, you've gone into a different territory. The doctor, the technician, the banker that has bad roads, poor gutter systems, schools without chairs, no electricity, no water running to the pipe, inflation, runaway FX rates, all of those things don't first ask him to show his birth certificate or her birth certificate and say, oh, what's your state of origin or LG of origin? Those are all Nigerian problems. So we just need to become very responsible in our rhetoric. I don't care what language you speak. I don't care your hometown. But when it comes to Nigerian issues, let's be Nigerians first. Equally, on the other side, there are people that make very, very provocative statements and comments. People need to be responsible. If inside your house they taught you to hate one ethnic group or tribe, that's your problem. When you come into a public arena where people are chasing something that affects all of us, your, your worldview to yourself, because it's not needed in the conversation, because all it does, it poisons the water, and then it just becomes a back and forth, and it doesn't end anywhere. So again, I love having spaces where intellectual conversations are held. This is not a watered down, dumb space for people that can't think. If you're one of those people, please don't collect the mic, because I'm not going to be a nice guy. And I deal like this now, I did para. Because what I'm seeing, a lot of things, attitudes, for me, it's not been inspiring. If any time in the history of our democracy, yes, we may have come out of a contentious election year, but politics elections are over. I tell people, get the fuck over it. The next round is 2027. When we say, okay, my dollar is 1,620, my dollar does not care about the election date. All I know is the government in power, the people that make public policy decisions are the ones that can hold their. If it's a candidate I voted for and my dollar is 1,620, I will cry, I will scream, I will push back. So this is not where we say, oh, one outcome or the other. I just want to focus on the issues. Unfortunately, the people that felt that, hey, they wanted power so bad, they wanted to continue their policies. Again, the buck stops at their doorstep, so we will hold them accountable. And I think we do so in a responsible manner, knowing fully well that we're all being very sincere with this conversation. I'm not running for office. Okay, so all I need to know is my naira is enough to feed my children, make sure I can build a life that's worth living, pay salaries, create opportunities, and make the best of what I can be as someone that supports my community. And that's all people are asking for. So the average Nigerian now feeling the brunt of a bad economy, of a system that's broken, of a country where we feel like, again, the political class are probably tone deaf, as I said. In the topic, you start asking yourself, is it a question of Nigerians having a very short fuse, not willing to be patient, giving the administration a long rope where they need time? But you cannot tell me this administration needs time when it's a continuation of a previous administration with the same group of people. With the same group of people. From what I know, Aso Rock did not throw the badges of every single occupant in the last year away. the last 8 years. There are still lots of people from the past administration. The question of, you God is continuation, and continuation should even give you more stability. If it's okay, you brought in a new group of people in there, they need the first 1 year to figure out the building, where's the bathroom, how do we print ID cards, how do you do a budget, what did you pass from the last 8 years, I hear you. But business continuity from one party to another party, okay, you can cut people a long rope. But again, for me, I will say this on record. A lot of my guys tell me, you know what, you enjoy. And here we are. It is suffering pro max. I am being impacted. I'm not going to sit here on a high horse and say I'm chilling. I am not chilling. I have not felt this much financial pressure in my existence as a human being. If things are not bad, pick up the phone and call a relative. Don't mask your problem and say, because I supported the candidate and he's there and people are being intolerant. Let us speak to the issues. Is your purchasing power what it was 24 months ago? Let's even go back to 18 months. Last Christmas to this Christmas, can you afford all the things you bought December of last year? You work hard 12 months in a year and say, okay, let me reward myself. How many families can brag and say, we have an account where we're putting money away to buy a new vehicle? Look at bag of cement. If you're a young graduate from university, owning a property becomes a lifelong dream. Again, people in my generation, even when Nigeria was bad, we said dollar was 190. Dollar was 190. If you earn $1 million a month, you are making $5,000-$6,000 a month, comparable with your colleagues in the US. I say because I graduated university in the US, I almost moved back to Nigeria. My salary was going to be $5,500, working for Shell as a service engineer. And I know my salary in the US, I was even earning less in the US, earning $4,500 a month. And I used to say to myself, you know what? I should probably take this job, relocate. And I was going to have a house. I was going to have a driver. Likely was going to get an official car. Today, I cannot even encourage someone to even think about it. They pay you $2 million a month. You're not even earning $1,500. So yes, I'm going to use the dollar equivalent because again, if I use global standard for careers, you want to transition economy to economy, that's the yardstick. So when we say this thing, it's not because, people are being, unreasonable. You can't be a young banker, 5 years work experience, you work for a top bank. Let's even say, okay, I dash you 800,000 naira a month. You cannot save for 3 years and afford a master's program. One semester, say you want to go do an MBA. And this in Nigeria, many of us talk about, your first degree, go outside the country, develop yourself and come back. You want to write ICANN exam, only God knows what it costs today. You want to write ACCA for accountants, I know what the cost is. You can barely put that money together. Let's even just go into another realm. Let's say, okay, you work hard, you make good salaries, you have high net worth, you're middle class, you want to take your children on vacation, go show them Disney World in Paris. Each child's ticket is at least 4 million naira, and you have 4 children. So things that the average middle class Nigerian could afford is no longer within reach. So these are very painful experiences. It's not a question of people being impatient. It's simply just a question of, you just need a country where the leaders understand where things are. So empathy, making sure that you can communicate and you live through to realities that people can say, okay, you know what, we understand and we empathize. But then you see how the administration where they are buying a private jet in the middle of all of this poverty, borrowing money as a country, your oil revenues are down, and you're saying to us, be patient. Patient how? So again, as people look at protest action, what does it yield? What are results? How do you even manage expectations? How do you say, okay, you know what? People are being reasonable. But even where people are choosing to be reasonable, you now get provocation. You get ethnic dog whistling. It's insanity. Not in my state. What does that even mean? So there are just a lot of things that, maybe again, I may be overreacting, giving sort of my frustrations, but Nigerians are feeling the pinch. If you don't get a call every day from a colleague or a friend or a former coworker or a church member or somebody you pray with at the mosque asking you for a handout, it feels like, your day was not normal. Some days I check when somebody's not coming to ask for something, I say, is my is my phone connected? And then by the time I probably see that somebody's in there that has been harassing me for weeks, and I say, okay, what can I even do? Because again, people are feeling the pinch. People are feeling the pinch. It is painful. So again, I'd love to hear from everyone. I'll turn on the mic, please. Again, I don't want any kind of crazy rhetoric. Keep it very civil. We have a robust conversation. Lots of events today, from the MTN barring lines to the protest at the school, with the management and and the federal government trying to intervene. We'll talk about that. Temperature is very high. Things are very, people are quite, people are on edge. The average head of household cannot tell you if they can provide food tomorrow. When school resumes, how many children are going to be able to pay school fees? And then cost is surging. So you start asking yourself, interventions that we won't talk about. Maybe they come late and they're $1 short or 10 naira short. If you beg somebody for 40,000 naira last week, by the time they give you the money, you need 44,000 naira. You look at price of household goods, agricultural produce, even tomato that we plant in Nigeria, yam that we plant in Nigeria has become almost unaffordable. So you're not going to spaghetti that's imported or geisha, or say you want to eat some imported butter. We're talking staple foods in Nigeria. Gari, that you plant cassava and you blend and you squeeze and you dry in sun and then you fry in a pot. You see the cost, it's just unattainable. It's insane. And then you now have a political class that, again, for them, they ride in their SUVs, fly their private jets, they show you their Richard Mille watch, they show you the newest Audemars Piguet, and they tell you, oh, be patient. You people are unreasonable. What would it take to have these people get cotton bud to clean their ear and understand that people are feeling the brunt of it? Yes, sometimes policy decisions go left or right. You say, okay, you want to float. Let's stop fighting for the naira. But you go from 600 from inauguration, you float into 1,000, you get to 1,002, 1,3, 1,5, at 1,6. So that means by the next cycle, we're going to run away to 1,7. By December, we're going to be at 2,000 to the dollar. Then you start seeing cost of household goods. At the same time, household income is not going up. Even this new minimum wage that got pushed up to 70,000. Okay. E for effort. That's all I'll say. But then again, how many small businesses can even match those figures, knowing fully well that purchasing power has been eroded, middle class net worth has evaporated? You start asking yourself, where does it end? So anyways, I'd like to take speakers. Malam, go ahead. Mike is yours.
Oh, Aki, thank you very much. It's a surprise. I was still getting ready. I didn't know I would be called. So the reality on ground is that I think this government and the people in government need to realize that Nigerians actually don't really care about who the president is. Ultimately, we just want to have a normal. Yes, we can have all those banters about, oh, you did this, you didn't do that. At the end of the day, we want to have a normal life. We want to be able to live in a safe and secure environment. And then you want the economy to make sense as well. So that's the first principle. That's the first thing that needs to be established. Because I think that people find it very easy to associate everything to politics. As we are speaking on this space, a lot of you are still going to get people that will come up here and tell you that, look, because you people lost an election, that's why you are behaving like this. But we have a president that removed subsidy. Yes, we have always known that subsidy, has a lot of corruption in it. And that's why Nigerians are saying this thing needs to go. But the president removed subsidy. And the aftermath has been, it was not properly managed at all. I think that was the first mistake that this administration made. You remove subsidy, and then after removing the subsidy, we had the budget. You had the supplementary budget, about 2.18, I think, billion US dollars. That had all kinds of items, from, I think, 13.5 billion for renovation of houses, 5 billion for vehicles for Aston Villa, 1.5 billion for First Lady, 5 billion for yacht. You know, all kinds of ridiculous amounts that when you sum, I had the calculation, I just summed everything together and I arrived at something close to 200 billion naira. You know, I think, you know, this government could have made a different choice at that point. Let's even assume that, okay, there's no, there was no option. You needed to remove subsidy without having a, okay, let's give that to you because every is a consensus. But the subsequent action by this government was what they don't care about Nigerians because everyone knew that when you remove subsidy, prices will go up by the virtue of the fact that PMS is, you know, the PMS is like the blood of this that this economy runs on, right? We know we have epileptic power supply. The artisans and people, you know, we are past my neighbor generator, try to get by, you know, everything just was just taken out of the reach of the common man. So I think that was the first major mistake. It was so the subsidy removal, you know, by the president without having a think tank, a team that will advise him on how to go about it and all of that was a mistake. And then the second mistake was the budget that was just about frivolous items that did not even, you know, I mean, I was expecting immediately that the president would say, look, okay, let us, this budget, we should use it to manage the impact. At least if I don't know anything, I know that I need to provide buses for people to be able to move around easily. And then I need to provide perhaps trucks for food items from the farm gate, because I know that you know, that will also be impacted across the state. With, I know people are going to talk about what governors are doing. Yeah, you need to, because you remove subsidy, you have to coordinate with the governors. You set up a project management office at the center. You need to, I mean, it's just unbelievable that a decision like that was taken, and every other thing that followed was propaganda and all kinds of issues that honestly is this government needs to come out and apologize to Nigerians for handling subsidy removal the way it was handled. That's number one. Number two is the FX floating. A lot of people have had all kinds of theories about where the exchange rate should be and whatnot and all of that. The truth of the matter is that when it comes to you know, the exchange rate, you know, comparing to another country, it's not an exact science. It can be anything actually. You know, I'm not saying military should come in. I mean, when you look at when Russia was going through sanctions, one day Putin just told them that, look, if I see any exchange rate above a certain amount, the person will be dealt with. And that was it. So that's why all those arguments of divide this one by that one and arrive at that one falls flat on its face. We know that Naira is significantly undervalued because we have government that has trust deficits. And then there's a lot of corruption in our dealings. Projects are, you know, overinflated. Our crude oil is being stolen in a miraculous manner. People are talking about hundreds of thousands of barrels of crude oil being stolen. People who understand how this industry works, we know that is just a joke. That you sit down and people are telling us that on a daily basis, hundreds of thousands of barrels of crude oil is being stolen, and we sit down and we don't know where we're stealing it, and we are working on it. That is another deception. I know I mean, this didn't start with Tinubu, but it's just to tell us that nothing significant has changed in terms of the modus operandi of this government. They came in, crude oil theft is being stolen, is still being stolen. They are working on it. It's. I mean, it's when you speak to people who are in the industry, when you say just even 10,000 barrels of oil, a lot of people don't know how much volume is that on a daily basis. The kind of logistics that is involved to be able to manage that just 10,000 barrels of oil, not to talk of 20,000, not to talk of 50, 100,000, 200. No, that's a joke. So that's an you know, area that I think government has failed, because what has really created and destroyed Naira is the fact that people can see the corruption, to even trust to the kind of interest rate that will be offered to other countries that are doing normal business, that are trustworthy. We will not be able to get money at that rate. And these are all of the factors that come in that is affecting our Naira. What I would have expected this government to do is to say, look, whether people are going to vote for me the next time or not, I don't care. These are real problems that we need to tackle, and without political consideration, I'm going to go after them. For example, by the second month of Tinubu's administration, we should already have a solid report about who is stealing the oil, who is involved. People should be in jail by now. But what do we get? You just took the the dollar rate from where it was and then aligned it with the black market rate, because he wanted to close the arbitrage gap. And what that led to was that the black market reacted again and moved further. And that's why we ended where we ended today. Because a lot of people tend to forget. They think there's no big science, or there's no big econometrics or big analysis behind what is happening to us. It is just corruption and maybe the ineptitude of some people in this government. They think they know. A lot of them have PhDs and whatnot, but that has brought in a lot of arrogance. They're not really looking at the feedback. They're not checking the patient that they are treating, whether it's reacting well or not. And that's why we're where we are today. So as far as I'm concerned, I want to say the government, has been tone deaf, because Nigerians, we need to be fair, on Nigerians. Nigerians have been patient enough. The kind of madness that is going on in the market, I can't believe it. I keep saying it. I wanted to buy yam, and the guy told me 8,500 for a tuber of yam. I had to ask him, does he think I'm a ritualist? So you see, things need, the things, we really need an urgent solution to what is on ground. So I'll just wrap up by saying that I don't think the government is sensitive enough. And I don't want to assume that they don't know. I think they know. They just probably depend on some of these opinion molders, some of these influencers, to help, muddle things up and confuse people and talk people out of these things, and then associate things with politics and just, drown out our voices, and then allow the pain to continue. But there are so many things to say that this government has not done right, but I think I'll just peg it here. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. So quickly, reports of Malam Jabir being arrested by the DSS after appearing for an invitation. If anybody has any updates on that unfolding story, please share. Equally, there is feedback regarding sort of the deployments of security forces across the country. Um, I'm yet to understand the rationale. And I think, these politicians, they are very one track minded. They only think in one particular fashion. You would hope that given some of the what I call, pain and discomfort Nigerians are feeling, there's nothing more than inspiring people at this moment. And I say because, regardless of whatever politics you subscribe to, you agree with the fact that, hey, we're not in the best shape as a country. But you cannot be feeling this kind of pain. And then the last thing you want to see is objects or optics of oppression, where soldiers, taking over, strategic position. Police, obviously police has kind of soft pedaled. The military equally coming out and say, oh, there'll be no protest. And then coming out one day and saying, oh, yeah, we didn't really say there'll be no protest, but we don't want people to protest because Boko Haram wants to hijack. And all the madness you're hearing. There's not one Nigerian walking the street that will see a Boko Haram flag in the middle of their protest that will not take a rope and strangle that Boko Haram agent or demon or criminal, whatever you want to call them. So let's just do away with this nonsense. Equally, people are smart enough with knowing that, okay, it's just very lazy politics that when you feel you cannot handle public displeasure, you introduce curfew. So you see the police talking about curfew. Curfew, why? So these kind of what I call old school, outdated, antiquated, backward reaction to public outcry is something we need to just do away with. We're not in the 60s and 70s, where maybe that perhaps was the only way. There was coffee at 5 o'clock, but there's no electricity, and when the light goes out, they could have come. No, like this is 2024. So I beg to ask, is it that they get bad advice, or they take a less, difficult route, or is it just probably just disregard for the citizens? So these are the kinds of questions for me. I like to see improvement with governance. You take the MTN issue this morning. Again, people that decided to jump barricades, pull down fences, vandalize property. That's very wrong. I don't subscribe or encourage any of that. So again, I think if we see bad thing, we could talk them. But again, people are going through it. You will not wake up this morning like two of my friends. One was out and he was like, "Oh boy, I just ate food here, and I don't know if it's my network, but I'm trying to get OTP on my phone to do a transfer. I cannot get text messages." And he's calling me on WhatsApp because he hotspotted one phone to another phone, and he's like, "Oh, please let me make a payment to this account." How many people stranded? Hospitals, people in Uber that have to pay for transportation. So you need a government that operates with empathy. So it's not until there's outcry, there's the optics of, oh, people can go haywire, and then now tell MTN to reverse the decision. Yes, indeed, Nigerians are Nigerians are laggards when it comes to following through on these types of things. But then again, we have NIN, we have BVN. Come and link this one to that one. Make the life of your citizens easy. Is it when people go to passport offices and say they will tear down the fence that a Tunji Ojo Bello would have said, "Let me streamline the passport process"? No, he did it up front. It was proactive. Me, I gave him thumbs up. So we need smart government that makes our lives easier. We don't have to cry or scream or complain or swear for people before we do the right thing. So a proactive, smart government is all we're asking for. We're blessed enough. We may not have enough money to go around for every Nigerian, but we manage the little we have very well. At least if half of us are smiling, the other half can depend on the half that has. At least that's a first start. Anyways, let me pass the mic. Comrade, welcome. What are your thoughts? Equally, I know we've had a few Twitter spaces. I was asking about the update on Malam Jabia. If anybody has information, drop me a back channel or feel free to come on stage. Chukudi, I see I'm going to bring you up. But Comrade, go ahead.
Okay,
Welcome.
yeah, thank you, Markin. Thank you. So, yeah, to be fair, I just heard about Malam Jabia not too long ago. So, but hopefully, I think the DSS will do the needful, because I don't see any reason why, okay, you invite a citizen, the citizen honor that invitation, and you use that opportunity to arrest that person. I think that is unlawful. Okay, left for me. I mean, like, okay, the only thing I will advise Nigeria, because you'll see more of this. This arrest. Okay, detention is meant to intimidate against the protest coming up on Thursday. Okay, so if you get any invitation, just let people know where you are going. Okay, that's all our advice, because we'll see more of it in the coming days. So, okay, let's go to the topic, Haki. Protest. Tone deaf government or impatient Nigeria. Sorry, I'm having this cold, so my voice is a bit. Okay, so Haki, at the end of the day, you ask, okay, why are we gathered here? Yes, we are gathered here today because on Thursday, okay, Nigeria will pour out into the streets, okay, to confront the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government, okay, letting Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government to know that, okay, the Nigerian presidency, okay, our taxpayer money is not for the luxury of you, your family, and your cronies. The Nigerian presidency is not a voyage for your personal fulfillment, for your personal discovery, for your personal satisfaction, because that is what they've made it about. May 29th last year, for the sake of this argument, okay, let us say you won the presidency, you ascended into that office, okay? Let us assume Nigeria gave you their mandate. Governance should be a social contract whereby I have given you my mandate, and in return, you should improve my life. I will pay tax to a government you control. You have access to my taxpayers' money. In return, you should improve my life, give me access to basic, give me subsidies, give me security, do all this for me. In return for that mandate, that trust, that public trust I've given you. But are we getting all that today? No, we are not getting any of that. Today, the average Nigerian is more insecure than they were last year. The average Nigerian earn less, okay, in terms of purchasing power, right, than last year. The average Nigerian generates his own electricity, okay, no subsidy in electricity. You have to, even if you have to connect to the grid, you pay more than you used to pay before. Education subsidy, gone. Fuel subsidy, gone. So you ask, what am I getting in return for this public trust I've given them? What are you getting in return? Okay, they are spending your taxpayer money. What are they giving you in return? But do you know what Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his family are getting in return? They are buying private yachts for themselves. They are buying private jets for themselves. Last year, they went to US, stayed in a hotel in New York. The bill was about $500,000. Why Nigerians language, Nigerians are suffering in Nigeria, right? They are staying in an expensive hotel room and popping expensive champagnes. Moving on from that, climate change. Okay, Bola Ahmed Tinubu made us believe during the campaign, okay, that it is climate change is not material. You cannot force a church rat to not to eat a poison Holy Communion. The point is, climate change is insignificant. But at the end of the day, the entire entourage, even side chicks, everybody was going to climate change on taxpayers' money. Then, despite all this, I come back to the question I asked: what are Nigerians getting in return? Nothing. 21 billion naira alternative residents. Okay, we argued against it, but however, they went on with it. This is the same government that almost plunged Nigeria into what? The Niger war crisis, right? So Bola Ahmed Tinubu has governed for his personal interests and his cronies and his family, not for the interests of the Nigerian people. So, and all these atrocities, all this travesty happened just in a year. So, and the Nigerian people tolerated up till now. So, okay, back to the question, are Nigerian people impatient? No, the answer is not. In fact, I think the Nigerian people are too patient. Too patient, because this protest should have happened last year. So, okay, I will not overstretch this topic, okay? At the end of the day, we are going to hit the streets on Thursday in our masses, in our numbers, right? And we are going to demand our own part of the deal. I talk of social contract. We've not gotten anything in return, and when we hit into the when we go into the street on Thursday, we'll be negotiating our share of the deal. And I hope the government will listen. Okay, and some of our demand can be negotiable, and some will not be negotiable. So they've been getting their own share of the deal. They've been eating the national cake, but yes, we are going to this to tell them enough is enough. It's time for the Nigerian people to start getting their dividend of democracy, if at all this is a democracy. Okay, let me leave it here for now. Yeah, but yeah, I can't even talk much. Yeah.
All right, thanks for that. No, look, you
Hello.
pointed out a number of things. Hold on, who's that?
That's Busy Boy.
If you want, who's
Busy
that?
Boy.
All right, we'll get to you just a second. Hold on 1 second. So I just posted on the jumbotron an update from Malam Jabia about 6 hours ago, where he left the meeting with the police. I was equally informed of a meeting request from the CP of police in Lagos with other individuals that had published information regarding protests. I'm yet to hear from that group. I don't know if they attended that meeting, but I will do some back channel updates to see what the outcomes were. And I think they've called a lot of protesters unknown. They don't know who's planning, and everything's been public. People are using their first name, last name to communicate, but then you keep reading, oh, unknown, unknown. I know Boko Haram wants to hijack, and if there's credible reports of threats where it's plausible, the evidence supports the merit of the argument, people say, okay, you know what, let's back down, because again, I don't want to go to a protest site and then someone is going to blow up a bomb on a jacket. This is like share information. But you cannot be using propaganda and speculation to kind of make people cower back into their houses, because again, people are saying we're coming outside now. Should we have gotten to this point where Nigerians want to come out and protest? The answer is even no. People want to do things with their time, productive things with their time. Every single human being that went out there to queue at MTN office could have been doing something else. You cripple an economy, you put people out of revenue making opportunities because you just have very directionless policies that does not meet the actual demand. So, anyways, we just need to become more intelligent as a country. Labels, go ahead. Mike is yours. And then Busy Boy, I'll come to you. Billion Labels, go ahead. All right, don't know if you can hear us. If you can't, Busy Boy, take the mic. Go ahead.
Okay, well done, boss. Well, in my opinion, I feel this protest should come with one voice. Like, this is exactly what we want. If we say we want to end bad government, hmm, or because from what I heard around me, people want this man to step down, and I don't think that's ever going to happen. So, in my opinion, I feel if we can spread like, okay, this is what we want.
So
Let's pinpoint.
when you say when you say big man, I mean this might refer to President Tinubu or
Yeah,
who?
I'm referring to the end. I don't think
Okay.
I don't think
I don't think that's
he
ever.
can step down.
So we
In
can
my opinion.
spread like
So I feel like
on.
the
So
thing we should do is come together in one voice. Okay, President Tinubu, this is what we want.
Okay, multiple mics are
If it's
on.
fuel, because to me, fuel, if the fuel price is stable,
step
I
down.
mean, if you can get
So
fuel for
let's not
cheaper, a lot of
interrupt.
things.
Busy Boy, 1 second.
Right.
Please, let's not interrupt. I think we'll correct any misstatements, any facts that don't check out. But go ahead, Busy Boy.
So I feel
Akin,
like,
there's an open mic, Akin.
oh,
All right. Just go ahead and mute it. Busy Boy, go ahead.
okay, so I feel like if we come together in one voice, President Tinubu, this is what we want. If it's fuel, okay, we need this fuel price to come down so that businesses and everything can go well. If it's down on first, then after we tackle down, we see that it's going well. Because I feel protest actually changes something. Just like the NSAS protest, I mean, it actually scrapped the SARS because it was one thing that we're like, okay, this is what we want. Because if we say we want to end his government, I mean, what about the next person coming? It's going to pass on to that person. So I feel like we should tell them this is what we want. Since we know our protests are effective, this is what we want. Fuel price for like a week or two straight. I mean, they will do something about it. That's what I believe, in my opinion. They will. Fuel price, fuel price. If that is done, we can move to other things like that. It doesn't take like it's not an immediate something. It takes a long time for things to all come together in this country. So I feel, in my opinion, as I say again, let's pinpoint that this is one thing. Let's take it one at a time. One at a time. If it's fuel price, we should all come together in one voice. we want fuel price to come down. Because me myself too is affecting me, my daily life. I'm moving around, trying to do things. I'm a musician, I'm trying to do things. Everything is expensive. Everything is expensive. So you understand? Let's come together and pinpoint, okay, this is what we want. One at a time, one at a time. These people too, I mean, they met it like that. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Since I was born, it has always been like this. Things are always going up. It has never come down. So that's just my own little sense of opinion.
All right. So I agree with you. When I see those demands that reference change of government, well, that's not what some of us are saying is ideal. If people have those as a demand, they are entitled to their own, outcomes or perspectives or opinions rather. But again, I think for me, I'm just saying, protests, take reasonable demands. How can you get life to be easy today? How do we get reforms, electoral? If it's constitutional, there's a process in the House of Reps where laws, I think, again, even coming out of NSAS, which was in end SARS, not end bad governance, they could tell there was a youth energy. Some of us ran into a room and came up with Electoral Act reform, 10-point agenda, early registration, extension of registration. So there were things that were fruitful, even where it was not even part of the NSAS demand. So I think, again, policy formulation, hoping that you can get good results is always something you strive for, regardless of whatever party is in office. And I think communicating in this manner equally lets people who may not even have voted one way or the other still join the fight and say, you know what, this is something that makes sense. So
Exactly.
I just like to urge people, when you make demands, you make requests, you want to build a very big tent, because at the end of the day, everyone's lives is impacted. Comrade, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
You want to say something, and then we'll
I
take the
can
next
just
speaker.
a quick this thing clarification. So I don't think I've seen any demand that is mainstream that is suggesting okay they want the government to go. Okay, so I don't think I've seen anyone, and there's none like that. So let us get that clarification. Rather, what you will see is okay, Nigerians saying that once Nigerians go into the street and anybody is killed, right? Which is the modus operandi of this APC government from the past administration, like they did in NSAS. Okay, then like Kenya did, okay, they started with a simple end finance bill, then people got killed, then their demand changed dynamically in the field to Ruto must go. Okay, fire all your cabinets. So, okay, that is the caveat. Why will you want to kill citizens protesting? If you kill citizens protesting, then you are not worthy of occupying the seat of the presidency, right? It becomes a Tinubu must go protest. And it is within the ambit, the boundaries of the rule of engagement of protest. You can protest for anything. But right now, please get that. It's not a Tinubu must go protest. We have some set of demands. And okay, you want to say something? But let me just wrap here.
No. I agree with you. I think you're spot
Yes.
on. But again, let's roll the mic.
Yeah,
And I
let
think
me
I
just
added you as a co-host. So
Aki,
again,
1 minute,
go ahead.
please, 1 minute. So the whole point of let us have one demand. Okay, busy boy, you say fuel is affecting you. What if fuel is not affecting me? Me, I want judicial reform, which you probably don't care about. Okay, so everybody have the issue that drives them. So that's why we want a set of demand that brings a lot of people together, not just one demand. Okay, because if you are talking of well, me, my own judicial reform, and you will not be happy with it. So the point of let us have one demand that everybody will agree to, you get, it's not practicable. Thank you.
All right.
All right, thanks. So Billion, you're trying to say something. I don't know if you want to come back up. I was trying to get an update on Malam Jabir's, situation. Equally, if you can hashtag tweet. Again, I think that for me is just oppression. There's no reason for him to be in custody if he honored an invitation. I think we ought to encourage citizens to want to collaborate with security forces. So you will not invite the next person tomorrow and they will show up voluntarily. So again, when I talk about a tone deaf government, that is one of the attributes of being tone deaf. Anyways, Sheik, Chukudi, welcome. Mike is yours. Oh, before you go, Chukudi, sorry, let's take Busy
I
Boy,
can't hear
and then we'll
anything.
come back to you. Apologies. Busy Boy, are you there? Oh, okay. So Chukudi, go ahead, and then I'll come back to the lady on stage.
Okay,
Go
hi
ahead.
everybody. Hi Akin. Can you hear me? Okay, so
Yes, go ahead.
see, sometimes I feel like we've been so maltreated in Nigeria that we no longer even know how to survive. We now accept anything. You know, it's I've been following the news and it's so ridiculous what is happening. The president has sent out all his back dogs to continue to hold nonsense. And the painful part is that young people are buying into these things. I heard a young man who said, "Oh, let us focus on one problem. Please, if you can eat and you cannot poo, would you be all right? If you can breathe and your blood cannot flow, would you be all right? If you can walk and your brain cannot function, would you be all right?" My point there is the fact that a system needs to be whole in itself to achieve set results. We cannot have, in the first place, why do you have petroleum products at the price they are? It is the insecurity at certain levels, the corrupt system. So it's a multi-pronged problem. And all this always saying, "Oh, let us fix one first, we'll come back and fix the other one." It doesn't work. Imagine people said, okay, they want to protest. Today, we have seen the Eagle Square that Yeson Wike said people have to pay for was used today by people who wanted to protest against the protest. Can he show us the bill of payment where these people made a payment for that Eagle Square?
Yes.
Sorry, Abdullah, please can you mute your mic?
Okay.
Can in Lagos today, people are protesting. The DSS, the police, the military has not issued a statement to these people. These people protested today. They did not even give notice. But the Nigerians who are saying genuinely they want to do something are the ones who are now being detained, are now being the ones who are ridiculed, and being the one who are being attacked in various forms and ways. Like my brother here said earlier on, the protest at the moment is to end bad governance. But who says that if bad governance means that the current leadership says that bad governance is their belt and they will die with that belt, then we can as well move on to say, you know what, get out of office because we employed you in the first place. Everybody sitting down here, Nigerians, it's so annoying to hear Nigerians when we are always making excuses for leaders. But the same Nigerian man, watch him go to a restaurant and order food and let them not give him complete meat. And watch the way he's going to be so ruthless to the fellow Nigerian out there. Watch a fellow Nigerian drive in a car and let somebody by the roadside just do anyhow. Watch how he'll be ruthless in his response to that person. We are so good at oppressing ourselves. But when we hear that it is time to hold leadership accountable, we will bring out, manufacture all sorts of excuses. So the reality is, bad governance cuts across board. Is it our education today? Anybody who is grounded in education will know that today our education is nothing to write home about. From primary school to secondary school, our universities were long gone. Today, you have children who are 13 years old and they are telling you how they want to get a laptop to become Yahoo fraudsters. School means nothing anymore. Healthcare, is it that one you want to talk about? That people are dying from the most common of things that should not kill someone. That is if they even go to hospitals. Because where are the hospitals? Do you want to talk about security? Today, none of us thinks about going from state to state. anymore. We are all living in silos in our own country, because before you go from Benin to Asaba, you will ask yourself, is it actually worth it? Now, before, everybody ran and said, oh, ignore the rules and start flying. How many people can afford flights today? They pinch you one corner, you say shift, then pinch me again. You shift and shift and shift and shift. We keep saying we're scared of these people to kill us. The reality is every Nigeria is one tragedy away from death. I remember saying this thing a few years ago, and that same evening when I said this on the space, that was the day the gunshot on the Kaduna rail that killed Chinelo. People will sit down in their very confidence of their own. Stray bullet will hit them. If stray bullet doesn't hit them, buildings will collapse. Where people go and look for this thing, the building will collapse. We would not see anything come out of it. People will go to present themselves to police. The police will end up killing them, and tomorrow they will hide it. Just look at the police spokesman on Twitter and tell me how you feel if you don't feel bile in your belly that this is the person that they consider the most competent to speak for police in our country. We have a president that is keeping malice with his people. We have a president today that has a first daughter, first son, who now speak more powerfully than even the president we elected. These people never went to the ballots. We have a first lady office, which has a more budgetary allocation than most of our universities and our teaching hospitals. But yet, what do? We make excuses and excuses and excuses. My brothers and sisters, it is time to take back our country. It is time to go out there. It is time to march up to them. Let them point their gun. Let them do whatever they want to do. But the reality is, we own this country, and all die and I die. One day, we go all die, they die. So that the president, if we say we want, see, look, just imagine Nyesom Wike telling us that we cannot protest. Who is Nyesom Wike? A common street stout who became what is Nyesom Wike has no job. There's no employment letter for Nyesom Wike in the whole of Nigeria. Anybody that has where any Nyesom Wike has worked before should show me, and I'll give the person money. But he's a billionaire today. He's wearing Gucci, Fendi, and Prada. What did he do? Local government chairman, former minister, governor, today another minister. That is all Nyesom Wike has done. But he flies private jet. He drinks 40 years old whiskey. Whereas the street urchins who are out there being their spokesperson, turning around, cannot even afford food for their families tonight. Yet you're on Twitter, you're tweeting and saying, oh, you support the government. I pity you. Because the reality about Nigeria is the fact that Nigeria happens to everybody. Both ministers alike, both the rich alike. Someday, no matter, you can only run, but you cannot run too far. One day, the Nigeria that you shield today will happen to you. So let us get off our high horses and let us stop this thing of saying, if somebody wants to protest, and why the person wants to protest is that he doesn't have light, yes, so be it. And if the person says, I don't like the face of Tinubu, yes, so be it. If we go out there and the police cannot protect us, and the government in place cannot fire the IG of police for not delivering his duty, then he is incompetent and he should go. So let us stop hiding this thing and saying, oh, we are not asking for the government. If the government is incompetent, the government should go. And it is our right to ask for a government to resign.
True.
So let us stop. Every time I come on spaces, I hear people trying to hide under the harsh tone of, no, we're not asking for the government to resign, Please tell me where else in the world that you have the amount of inflation that we have in Nigeria today. The fact that killing people, right now you hear that people are dead, people are shot in their hundreds, not a word from the president. Go to other countries. One person dies, the president is flying to that place. But no, in our country now, it is normal thing. You just hear it. 40 were killed in Boronu yesterday. 30 were killed in Bayelsa, not tomorrow. These people drowned. These people did this. Fire burned these people. This building collapsed. It is now our norm. It is our reality. And do you know what? We are just welcoming it and we're happy. And we say, oh, the president, the government, oh, this. Sorry. If you cannot deliver, the same way, go out and ask yourself, when you have your kids in school, and they do not do well in school, do you not go to, you will see the same Nigerians will stand at the school gates and they will be so filled with terror and vile. But when it comes to government, local government, state government, we will give them all forms of excuse. So the reality for my submission means the fact that this government is not just tone deaf, they have no ears. The government has shown you over and over again that they do not have ears. So they are not even a case of deaf. They are very, very far from deaf. The Nigerians impatient? No, Nigerians have been too patient. We are too, when they say patient, man, sometimes I wonder, wait, now we define patience for this world. So protest, my brother, anywhere you are. There are so many ways to protest. Come out, start from your street. We will start linking up. But please and please, let us stop making it look like, oh, it is too much to ask for the president to resign. If the president is not doing the job he is elected to do
True.
as the president, if the House of Assemblies cannot deliver what they say they would do, get all of them out, whether it be any which way they want to get out. Because the fact is, these guys do not ask how bad the pain we feel. So why do we bother about how it is, which way it's going to be nice to get them out of office? Imagine Akpabio. Please let me leave it here because, man, I will talk forever.
All right, so I hear your frustration, but just speaking from a realist point of view, when you add the president must resign tag to a protest demand, there are people that will look at you and say you're taking the back door or insurrectionist route. It's a demand, it's freedom of speech. Of course, it has to be respected. I've not heard one protester saying they will jump Aso Villa fence to go and throw him out of office or do any of that. Anybody doing that is being irresponsible. So I think from the point of view, from a protest point of view, making that a demand, yes, it's your right to say it, but then action is not what you're advocating. So for anyone that's in the audience listening, I'm just again communicating sort of your frustration, knowing that you are making reference to the fact that citizens can ask their presidents to resign. Let's take a lady, Nuala Pearl. Go ahead, Mike is yours.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Akin. Thank you to everybody that has spoken. I've been listening. Okay, so the thing with government is that when you need to understand the kind of government you are working with before you know how to take a step to fighting the government. We know that APC government is a very manipulative government, right? You cannot just fight them just like that. Because when you're fighting a criminal, you should understand that this person you should know who this person is. There's something like having a global intelligence when it comes to dealing with issues like this. You need to be able to witness, learn, connect, and understand there is something like geo-partnering. So we want to understand. I'm just going to list some key things that we need to know, especially in situations like this. One, we all need to be the change that we want to see in the world. We need to understand that we need to be that change. We need to be that person. If you want change to be, it has to start with you. Two, you need to look at the both sides of your brain. Three, you need to remember that one comes before two. Four, you need to make sure that your house has a door. And then you need to think like a minority. Then you need to increase your knowledge and include also knowing how not to know. You need to test your word against the actual facts, and you need to know your enemy inside and out. You need to also transform stereotypes into relationship and ask questions that stretches your mind. We need to take consequence of these key things, especially when it comes to fighting a government. You can't just. So there are better ways to go about it. Yes, these people are in power. They are in power, but then how do we go about it? We have to sit down, strategize, think. You apply wisdom. How do we follow a government that is notorious? A government that can kill you and don't even care about anybody or anything. We need to think on how we can follow it so that at the end of the day, there is no bloodshed, so many bloodshed, because these people are ready to take lives. treaty with the government. We need to know how to penetrate into the government and have a discussion and have a negotiation with them. Okay, this is one, because they're not shared, and we will lose the campaigning. We that are activists not. I know that protests will lose life. There is no protest if the way everybody is sounding, people are angry. But then if we go in anger, we will make some steps that we are not supposed to, and there'll be bloodshed in Nigeria, and that is what we do not want. We do not want people to die for nothing. But we that are people that are going about or about this whole activist movement should strategically lead Nigerians, be the change, move strategically. We will move to the government and know how to penetrate the government, and not just telling Nigerians come to the streets and come and fight the government. You can't fight a government like that. You don't fight the government just like that, because the government is the people in power. They have that power at the moment. They are the sitting people. They have the power. So you cannot fight them like that. You have to be strategic about going about it. So I'm encouraging everybody to, how do we sit down, restructure, think of going to meet the president or whoever in charge. Who does the president listen to? Who does he listen to? We need to do research. Most times we do not make research in this country. We just do, as we don't even dig deep to know a personality of someone before we choose leadership. And that is the problem in Nigeria. We are just sentiments, or we just at that time what we can gain at that time. We need to stand up for integrity. We need to stand up for accountability. Each and every one of us needs to have these things, accountability in us, integrity in us, before you can change the other Nigeria or tell the other Nigeria, because everybody is looking at you. Everybody is looking at you. So you need to be the change that we want in this world. We need to understand that the way the minority thinks, you also need to think like that. So I just rest my case on this for now.
Akin, please, can I say something?
Have you voted?
I'm voted, yeah.
Okay, so
I'm happy I'm voted, yeah.
tell me your feeling after voting today.
Yeah, after voting, I'm feeling okay. What I want, I get it on the result. I'm getting the party I want is the one going on. Thank you for that.
What are you expecting from these people you voted?
I'm voted, they can do what you want, and then when they want, what they want, inshallah, we'll happiness more, isn't it? So then please, I want to beg them. We suffer almost 10 hours we are standing because of what we want. We need change. And then the person we need, he's the one on the party we want, isn't it? So please, we want change.
Change? What kind of change?
The change of situation which we are now.
What is the situation you are in?
Situation of sufferness. Isn't it? Yeah, we are suffer. How many years? 12. As you see, 12 years for what? I mean, almost 40 something years. I don't know what is government did for me. Is it come out of this like this radio? I don't know. I don't know. Actually, yeah. I have to complaining. I'm in Nigeria really. Almost 40 something, I don't know what is government. So I need change. And the person I know is going to change this thing by force, whether the leader they want or not. Any person which is bad, he must escape in this country, or he be hidden like how they are hiding a poor people inside prison, which you don't have a court attendant. Inshallah, we need Buhari to change this country.
Okay.
I'm here. Can everyone hear me? If I lost audio there, I was just saying I'm trying to get Malam Jabia back. Showre might be dropping into the space. Got a few questions from him. I think he was sort of helpful in getting him out of detention. So FON, thanks again. I appreciate some of the wise words. Again, there was a reaction from the audience. People felt like your sympathy, your empathy towards the police and the military was somewhat, I don't know, questionable. I agree with you. They are human beings just like us. You know, they raise kids. They want to see them graduate university. They want to retire from force. They want to build homes. They want to enjoy that pension. So yes, it's equally okay that everybody looks forward to a good outcome. I think, you know, we may have our grievances against these security forces. For me, I see them as allies, you know, though I have my irritations. But I think at the end of the day, what can we do with seeing that we have an improved police force security outfit? Because again, if our police force is top notch, then, you know, we all feel safer. We all feel, you know, more rest assured that our assets are safe. Things like protests, you know, a policeman makes good wages equivalent to a university lecturer, can afford a new car every 3-4 years. That's a good thing because it's not on the road stopping anybody asking for a bribe. That's a Nigeria that a lot of us are hoping for. So again, we stick to the topic: tone deaf government or impatient Nigerians. The energy, the feedback here has been very, very pleasant. So let's keep it going this way. Again, I'm very selective with, you know, people that come up. If I look at your profile, no track record, 20 followers, no post, apologies. I keep it to where I want to know that it's real people coming up on space and not someone that come and spew you know, crap. Okay. I lost a few speakers. I'm going to bring you back up. If you are trying to get on stage and you've been here for a while, I've not brought you. I'm looking at the request, just making sure people, you know, get the opportunity to come up. Just flash your, just drop an emoji and I watch for reactions. I've lost a few speakers that I brought up on stage, so I'll just try to take others while they're coming back. But let's take God's will alone, and then we'll take Dr. Peterson. Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Akin, thank you very much. Greetings to you. Greetings to all the speakers, listeners, everyone on space. Thank you, Mr. Akin, for this great opportunity to speak here. Nigerian protest, a tone-deaf government, or impatient Nigerians. It's a great topic up here, and like someone said, right on time. Perfect topic for the moment. I'll start by saying the Nigerians are known worldwide to be very patient people. We are very patient people. The APC government have been telling us to see what's going on, like a pregnant woman who's pregnant and she goes through a whole lot, and then at the time of delivery, when she delivers, everyone is happy. We all know that pregnancy lasts for 9 months, and that for any pregnancy that goes beyond 9 months, wahala don't enter already. It's no longer normal. Mr. Tinubu on August 1st, May 29th, 2023, on his inauguration, he made a statement he ought not to have made because he has not gotten into the office. that he's about to be inaugurated into. He has not gotten there. He hasn't spoken to his cabinet. He hasn't seen anything. Just picked up the mic and said, subsidy gone. And that statement alone threw the whole of Nigeria and Nigeria and Nigerians into serious inflation. On that very day, the news had it that fuel stations were filled up with queues. We saw a video that was trending then of how some people were fighting because they needed fuel, and because of impatient, they couldn't stay for it to get to their turn. Long story short, everything skyrocketed at the same time. The price of bread went up, the price of this went up, the price of that went up, but we were still patient. We've heard of countries who protested because there was increase in bread. But in spite of all that, we still waited patiently, trying to, have understanding with them. Let's nurture this pregnancy. Let's go through the pains together so that at the end of 9 months, we'll have this baby and everybody will be very happy, But at the end of the day, as we speak today, the APC is 1 year and 2 months. And nothing seems to happen. But even at the time, we're still very patient, looking at everything. And all of a sudden, we saw them buying SUVs of 160 million naira for each lawmakers. We saw Tinubu go to Dubai with precisely 1,411 people. To do what? In a country where you told your citizens to take baby steps of pains to tighten their belts, and you as a president, you are sagging, your trouser is even falling below your waistline. You're spending on things you ought not to spend on, and citizens are dying of hunger and starvation. Nigerians were committing suicide, and even as we speak, they're still committing suicide. You went and built a house with 21 billion naira for a man who already owned mansions. While we're still trying to digest that, you went to buy a private jet worth 150 billion naira. Kilo day. These are borrowed monies. It's not like we're producing one thing or we have things we're selling that is bringing these monies in. People are committing suicide. In my state, Delta State, a woman fell and hit herself on the ground and she committed suicide, broad daylight. The other day, we saw a man in Abia State who shot his son for eating the last meal in the house. Tinubu came to Lagos and lots of Nigerians were there waiting for him to give them something to celebrate Salah. So there's no way you can tell me he's not seeing all these things and that's why these things are happening. Even if you weren't seeing the ones that are happening in other states, what about the ones that came to your place just so they can celebrate Salah with you? So this patient has been so much, but it's just obvious that the people we are calling leaders, they are just, they just block their ears to what Nigerians are going through. I don't want to hog the mic so much. I just want to talk about the Eagle Square today, the site at the Eagle Square today. I don't know how many of you saw that. Lots of armored tankers were lined up at the Eagle Square. And since morning, I've been asking and wondering, how can a country have so much armored tankers, yet their farmers are being deprived from going to farm by bandits riding on Okada? How? We have so much armored tankers like that to be packed at a venue where citizens are saying, we just want to express ourselves. We want to tell you that we are not pleased with the way you're doing things. You shouldn't be spending like this. We're going through a lot in this country. We just want to register our displeasure on how you're leading us. And ammo tankers are all over the place. When we have people who can operate these ammo tankers, why are our farmers not in their farms? Because the part of the reason for this protest is the massive insecurity that have engulfed our nation, Nigeria. And that insecurity is affecting seriously the ordinary citizen every day, because they who are politicians, they have lots of security men all over, and the insecurity is not affecting them. So that is one of the major reasons for this protest. And that's one of the major reasons why everything, the inflation is so high, because the farmers can no longer go to farm. So the few ones who were able to go, they need to. In fact, we've seen videos, we've had news of people in the north paying terrorists or bandits to go to their farms. So after paying those bandits, you expect them to come and sell sheep? It's not possible. So how come we have so much ammo tankers in Nigeria and our farmers are being killed every day in their farms? The other day, 80 people were killed in, is it Kankara or one of the northern village? How? Men that are riding Okada, and we have ammo tankers with people who can operate them. Why are our farmers not in their farms? So these are $1 million question that the APC needs to answer. Because if our farmers are out there, and even when you say subsidy is gone, well, no, we're just dealing with some things. But right now, even in Nigeria, when you have money and you want to buy some things, you don't even get them to buy. That's the state we are in right now. How much is the minimum wage? Fellow Nigerians, we are dealing with people that are tone deaf, and it's not supposed to be. I am seeing the APC right now, especially Tinubu. I think it's just in Asarok, thinking he's going there for an Owambe. And that's why he's spending so much on people who already have, leaving the have-nots to die and wallow in penury. And for the first time, the North and the South are coming together and speaking in one voice. A leader who's got the interest of the people at heart, who knows what to do. He will look at the demands that have been placed before them. But no, they are shopping for people that will talk Nigerians out of this protest. And that's not going to work. Because no hungry man is going to listen to an imam. As a day, the hungry, so I'm not going to listen to pastor or bishop, because that's not going to give me food. Even if you give me rice today, how long am I going to eat that rice? How long will the rice carry me? You give me rice. What about a tomato to cook it? Today we are adjusting. I have never eaten cucumber stew in my life, but right now that's what we're eating in Nigeria, because we can no longer afford tomato, and you're telling us not to protest. It's too much. We are called the giant of Africa, not just because of the size alone. We are so blessed. My state alone, Delta State, we have so much mineral resources. We have the liquid, we have the solid. In Nigeria, we have human capitals. What are you doing with all this? You are leaving these things because you don't even know how to use them, and you don't want to learn. You are going to borrow, and you are eating it. Which kind of accountant, they borrow money, they chop them? You not go invest. How you want to pay? As I speak as a single girl, my unborn children and myself are owing money because we're Nigerians. I see how when I take spend them, and you're still spending. And for the first time, we're saying, enough. Cut this thing down and do the needful. Let's know we have a country. Let's be happy to be citizens of this country. Nigerians are dying in the Mediterranean Sea, going to other countries. What thing they get, we will not get. As a matter of fact, the Western world depends largely on the resources from Africa. And we have so much of those resources in Nigeria. So what thing they solve? If you know Sabi, you go learn. That's how we lead the dogs. Guys, I know a lot of persons want to speak. Nigerians are so patient. And our patience has gone beyond. And we have to speak. And that's what we're speaking now. We can have so much and see our people die. See our children being kidnapped. See people being killed. See people sick, going to the hospital, no hospital beds. Whereas our politicians are going outside to get real treatments. And the ones who lock or whatever has run out of, they die there. How many foreign politicians don't die for Nigeria? Nigeria, they forbid better hospitals or better roads. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Wow, that was very passionate. I love the energy. You spoke it like it is. I don't think there's anyone in the audience that disagrees with anything you said. Um, it's just questions upon questions upon questions we ask as Nigerians. But I mean, we want to see results. Medical tourism, like you talked about. What would it take to build some of the nicest hospitals? And let people, land at International Airport, rent cars, stay in hotels nearby, just to tap into the great trust we have, in the medical field. If you come to the US, Canada, the best doctors are Nigerian doctors. I have a friend in Orlando, Chiamaka, one of the best, pediatricians. People line up for her services. And she tells me, hey, I want to come to Nigeria. She had an outreach in December. And she's like, what would it take for me to set up here? And I'm like, man, just imagine having you in Nigeria practicing. So the brain drain, talk about how you reverse talent back into Nigeria, never like any time before. A lot of diasporans don't even want to near Nigeria. I mean, and some days, man, I find it very depressing. But um, you know, a fellow diaspora hearing you speak on a space feels inspired. And if that's what it would take, one to one, talking to each other, not waiting for the best government policies or the best, economic atmosphere to bring people back. I think, again, wherever we can find those kind of net gains, I'm all for it. But again, one thing is certain, Nigeria is in trouble. We don't need to mask the problem because it's just so obvious. If you think you have a couple 100 million in the bank, as I told you, your net worth is 70% less than what it was 2 years ago. So don't go to sleep thinking, oh, I have a nice plushy savings account because, God forbid, if you have to do a heart transplant surgery, that cannot pay for what you need in many economies. So don't think like you're ahead of everyone else. All right. Let's kind of dilute it a bit. I see one of my number one harassers here on the space, General Noni. I'll pass the mic to you. I don't do echo chambers, of course. I love others speaking. But before I get to you, Dr. Peterson, let me take General Noni, then Dr. Peterson. I'll pass you the mic. But again, I followed you for the lady that just spoke. I need more ladies on stage, so please make a request. I'll bring you up. The Otumba, go ahead. Mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I can. Yeah, first, I don't hate you. Don't think I hate you. We follow each other. You understand? And we all want a better nation. So we have to set our record straight first. So we don't think, oh, because I support Tinubu does not mean I hate Nigeria. And I believe in the man. Yes, we might not be there yet, but I want to limit the conversation to the protest and your topic, tone deaf government, because we make it look as if the government is all about the presidency. We have governors, we have state chairmen, we have reps, and whoever representing us in our state. I'll make it look as if it's one man, and make it look as if Nigeria started 2022. I know how Obasanjo time was. The House strike, as we were on strike for good 8 months. So the pains didn't start last year. We know where we're coming from and where we're going. But that's right. I'm still going to come back to the part of the tone deaf government. And I'm going to be brief. Now, let me go to the protest. Now, we're talking about the protest. For me, there's nothing wrong. It's your right to protest. But trust me, with this kind of citizens we have, with this, what I'm seeing on social media, if I'm the president of Nigeria, I'm not going to allow that protest. Why? Because look at today. Just look at what happened at MTN office. Look at people pulling out MTN's wall as if it's something, just because some lines were blocked. Not even, at least we had Glow subscribers and Airtel subscribers. Only MTN had issues and tried to resolve it. And people went there. They can't even do it in a orderly manner, trying to pull down the thing. Look at the schools destroying cars and everything. So when you look at this kind of thing, a serious government must come into action. Someone was talking about the Eagle Square being fully packed or whatever it is. I read the letter I was sent to Wiki. It doesn't have touch with reality. You said place to the presidency to Asu Villa. What are you nation, Yoruba nation, whatever nation they want? There are some people who are just angry because their party is not in power. There are some people that are angry because they've been sidelined to connect. Just disconnected from me that, oh, we don't just want a protest, we want a revolution that will change the government. And put who? Who do you want to put there? To put Sore there or Peter Obi or Atiku? Who? And you think there will be chaos in the nation? So what do you want? So if truly you want a peaceful protest with reasonable demands, the government should be able to come in. What are your demands? The police are asking, who is in charge of this protest? Why? So they can connect. So that a leader who can just try to calm people down, who is going to calm the storm down when the ships are down? You don't want to have a leader just want to go to the street with millions of people who have some sinister agenda. You don't even know. Even you, as a citizen, you are not even safe. You don't know. You are coming out, probably you want a peaceful protest, you want things to be done, yes. But there are some people that they want to burn down the nation. Some people are angry because you are driving SUV, even though you are not in government. They are waiting for you to attack you. You don't know. And you think it's about the government. They will fly out. The government officials, they will fly out. They will run away. It's you that needs visa to leave the country. Some of these guys, they have diplomatic passport. They jet out. It's you that will suffer it. So if you want to talk about peaceful protest, what do you really want? What do you guys want? This guy has been trying and be trying to say, okay, come on board. I understand their part. Like I said, I'm still going to go to their part because they too, they goof. You know, all these things they've been doing online. I put up a tweet. Why are they all doing all this thing? They could have done all this thing, all this why. Oh, 110 billion, this blah blah, 110 billion initiative for national youth, whatever I'm reading online and trying to sign, trying to bring out bags of rice or whatever it is. Why are they not doing all this now? Which is on their part. But I'm not there because it's easier to speak. One thing I've understood about Nigerians, we can speak good English, we can talk with passion. Put them there, they will fail. We've seen it in the past. It's not today. We've seen people that will feel like, oh, this person can deliver. They will get it. They will fail. It's easier to speak outside the ball. Put them on the field. They will fail. And that's why I don't even believe in any of these guys speaking and talking, and you see them speak with passion. Put them there. They'll come and tell you why it can't work, why it won't work. So that's just it. So if truly want a nation and want a nation that wants to work, there must be law and order. I was in Sydney last week. I went there for a business meeting. This guy was just shouting at the airport. Before I know, lo and behold, police came. Over 15 able policemen. You would think the guy had a bomb strapped on his chest. This guy had noticed just one Arab guy just shouting. They called police on him. You see they came, blocked everywhere. Just one man. And you now see this kind of things going on social media. So a serious government will allow and close his eye and just open them Eagle Square for you because it's your right. So you want to shut down millions of people. Do you know what it is? We are over millions. And let me tell you, if Nigeria falls today, most of these Senate clients will close their door. They will give you asylum package or whatever it is. Nobody will open door for you guys. So there's nowhere like home. Nigeria is our home. We have issues with the politicians, yes, but do not destroy our infrastructures. These are our infrastructure. If Nigeria falls today, Tinubu, maybe max years you have to spend on it, maybe up to like 20 or 25 years. But there will still always be Nigeria. What will happen after the protest? Protest. What is going to happen? The protest will come and go, but Nigeria will be here forever. And we have to understand, Tinubu, like I told you, max he has to spend maybe 20, 25 years on this earth. The guy is in his old age. It is us. And we must protect this thing. So when we speak, people think you are being paid or whatever. I'm not even in APC. I don't even know any of these guys. I don't fucking care about them. But this is about Nigeria. And max, this guy can spend in that space is 8 years. And when he leaves, what happens? And Nigeria is declining. We have useless leaders in all sectors. We have the governors, we have them everywhere. The SUV that was bought by lawmakers, is it Tinubu the only guy riding it? What happened to others? Why don't they turn it down? Look at the governor, the state governors. Some are even still paying 7K, 8K. And this someone posted a video in Castina showing a school, a state school, and it was calling Tinubu. Who is responsible for your state school? Citizens who don't even know who to call when things are down. because of the hate you have for a politician. And they, guys, if you can just subsidize food for people, let them afford it. I know there is hunger in the land. We can't deny that fact. But we all know why there is hunger in the land. Let us have conversations. Let us make demands that we know that has touch with reality. Not saying suspend the constitution, remove Senate. These things is not going to go anywhere. It doesn't have touch with reality. So don't think because we support Tinubu, we hate you. No. I might not support your candidate because I don't believe in him. I just believe he's just a social media guy trying to make people like him. I don't see him as that leader. Because if you tell me you want to change Nigeria, you won't start from your home. If you can't fix your party, you can't fix a nation of 200 million people. It's not possible. It's not magic. So this is it. So guys, don't think we hate you guys or whatever. I support him and ask you, does he have his flaws? Yes. Is he doing well? I'll give him 4/10 because I know the problem didn't start in 2022. I'll wrap up, Akin. I just need to set the record straight so that we know what we want as a nation. You can hate the politicians, but do not hate your nation. If it destroy those infrastructures, it is you that will suffer, not them. It is you that use the trains and the buses. They don't use it. And if the ships are down, it is you. You don't have visa. They use diplomatic passport. They will fly out. You need visa. They know this. Some embassies now know they give Nigerians visa now. The rates of visas that's been declined by people because a lot of people have helped them to get visas. It wasn't like this last year. This year, go and see how they deny visa anyhow. So if you people just want to think you want to mess down the nation, it's fine, don't worry. But we've said our own, and posterity will judge us. Thank you, Akin. I yield.
All right, thank you. So I got mad reactions. I don't do echo chambers. Everybody knows me. I don't do echo chambers. Even if somebody would disagree with my position, I allow. But let me let somebody respond. So I have a lady. Okay, God's will alone. Go ahead. Take.
All right, Mr. Akin, thank you very much. Otumba, I went off the stage and I had to come back up because of you. If there's one thing we will not allow anybody do, is to gaslight us. We will not let that happen. We are all Nigerians and nobody is more Nigerian than every other Nigerian. We are the same. So please don't come here to gaslight us. Nobody has said they want to burn down anything. If the citizens say they want light at the Eagle Square, is it not their right? Is the Eagle Square not meant for Nigerians and Nigerians alone? Is it meant for some certain people and some persons are not allowed? Of course it is our right. Even if we say we want to do it in Aso Villa as citizens, it is our right, Oga. Now our money, we need our money to give us light in that place. It is our right. Do you get? And you're talking about supporting my candidate or not your candidate. We're not talking about we're not talking about politics here. We are talking about what Nigerians are going through. Nobody is telling you that Nigeria just got spoiled last year. But we are telling you that your principal, this is not a political space, okay? But you have made it that. So let me just respond to you. We are telling you that the person you are supporting is sinking this nation. And as a people, it is our duty to say no to it. In 3 months, in 3 months, Tinubu don't borrow 24 trillion. He do with the money. These are the reasons Nigerians are coming out to protest. We are not protesting because we voted for this person. We did not vote for this person. No. If you listened to me very well, I came from May 2023. Subsidy gone. What are you doing with the money you removed from subsidy? In 2014, we were told over 4 billion or so. 4 trillion was paid for subsidy. The news are there. They are there. We paid for subsidy. They pay subsidy, we they buy fuel less than how much? You say you don't remove them now. We they buy for how much? And then because this season, they pay for subsidy. And then we are complaining. We are telling you the real thing. You're telling us Tinubu did not destroy Nigeria. If you can borrow 24 trillion within 3 months, do you have an idea what this man will borrow in the next 4 months? Are you not worried? Are you not worried that as a Nigerian you are owing so much money that you don't have an idea what it's spent on? We don't have good roads, we don't have good schools, we don't have hospitals, we don't have things. No infrastructure to show where these monies are going into. A senator, or is it a senator or House of Rep member in Ninja or something that spoke about the corruption there? The man was suspended for 3 months. If the man we have as a president today is a man that is fighting corruption, is that man supposed to be the one to go on suspension or the people he exposed? But no, this is the Nigeria APC is giving us. And for the first time, I am over 30 years. I have never seen Nigerians coming together to demand for good governance like this before. And since we did it, is it like this? It was more or less a southern thing. But right now, the northerners are complaining, the southerners are complaining, everybody is coming together. We are talking about the thing that is plaguing our nation, and you're coming to bring in politics. If you like person when they lick microphone like lollipop to be your president, and I like the one that speaks Queen's English with impeccable character who can represent me everywhere in the world, how is that my business? You like microphone for lollipop, and I like somebody who can represent me, who goes to everywhere, and people are respected. And that's my principle. So that is not your business, because it is your choice to choose the person you have chosen. But my own point is, he should lead. He should lead. Nigerians are committing suicide and you're buying over 150 billion naira worth of private jet. Who does that? With borrowed money, for that matter. Borrowed money. If you get money, as in you get something when you won't buy, you assume you bought a shirt with money, you don't get job, you don't get anything, you just borrow the money. Instead of you to buy the shirt, sell them, make more profit, buy again, sell them, make more profit, and then when the profit don't plenty, you carry the one where you borrow, pay the person, begin to use the profit, turn them over. When you reach one place, you begin to chop from there, and you see they put in some into the business. Share the business go grow. But what your principal is doing to Nigeria and Nigerians right now, he is borrowing to shop. How is he going to pay? And then they talk as a Nigerian, they come, they talk, say, hey, they will burn down the country. One of your person then threatened the police during the time you guys did election. He said, if a police kill any Nigerian, anybody, they will be killed too. I was looking for that tweet. I have not been able to find it before they called me up. These are all there in the public domain. So don't come here to gaslight anybody. Tinubu is there as the president of Nigeria. And if we are saying collectively for the first time in my above 30 years, we are speaking with one voice and say, Baba, you won't use hunger kill us. We don't tire. Do it like this, do it like this. Because it is obvious the man is just there, not even knowing what to do. And now Nigerians from North Inside has put things together to say, okay, cut salaries, and do this one, do that one, bring fuel to this. And by that, it will affect every other things and prices of food will begin to come down. You're bringing politics into this. Oga Joma, where you to? Joma, where you to means be careful. Don't come and play with our intelligence here. Nobody be mumu. Not be everybody they lick microphone like lollipop. So please, pack
Yeah.
where I yield.
Let's pull back. If government or impatient. Spirited response there, Otuma. I'm sure you heard the lady. I won't piggyback on what she said. I agree. Tracks up from some of the what that they've been promoting. We don't need the government to beg or anything like that, but they need to show empathy, understand, and made its way into. So that vehicle is set on fire because it's not going to serve anyone well. If you're protesting, if you are going out in any form or shape, Make sure it's peaceful. Use every civil option at your disposal, but understand that again, you need to have your demands known and be realistic. Your wish list to be something that are achievable results. So let's keep the conversation flowing.
Sorry, can
Malam
I just
Jaber,
respond for 1 minute and leave, please?
I'll give you 30
Okay,
seconds. Just take 30
okay,
seconds and I'll ring the bell.
okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. 30 seconds. The protest is going to hold the way I'm saying it. If you can assure us that it will be peaceful, we'll come here on Friday. We'll have the conversation again. You understand? There's no point. There's no need to be dragging. Someone is gaslighting, whatever it is. I said there's nobody stopping you from going outside to protest peacefully. But I can tell you that protest is not going to be peaceful. You can save it because what I'm seeing online, it doesn't show there's going to be any sign of peaceful protest. You saw what happened today. So you have not even seen anything. What is coming is bigger than that. But anyways, no alarm. Thank you.
Chances are much more higher than an AP. Chief, are you there? Chief is not there. Let me
Sorry,
diversify.
I can't hear you well. Like you're cracking up. I don't know if it's my network or
It
your
might be your network because I think I'm.
Okay, let me drop down and come back.
I do that. Okay, let's diversify the speaking audience a bit. Abdul, I had you up here a few times, but you dropped. So Abdul, go ahead and we'll come to SGN, then we'll come to stop editing. I can't read the full.
Thank you very
Abdul, go ahead.
much. I think God's Son has already talked about what I want to talk about. If you see the amount of vehicle dropped at Eagle Square today, if you see the amount of soldiers at Zupa, if you see the police at Yenya, you'll be thinking, oh, we have this kind of security forces, but are not in Zamfara. People are being killed from their farms. These are our problems. The government knows, but they are keeping deaf tongue to it. They know our problem. Maybe they are benefiting from it, just like she said, they borrowed a lot of money. 22 billion naira was used to construct VP house, 5 billion for yacht. He used about $150 million for buying a presidential jet, while Nigerians are wallowing in poverty. None of our sectors is working well. Even the NNPC, see their saga with Dangote. Nigeria does not have one working refinery. They are trying to demolish the only private one that we're having not work. And since the time of Buhari myself, how many billions has been injected into Port Harcourt and Warri refinery, but nothing is coming out from them. And you talk, somebody will say a protest will be violent. That means you are there to make it violent. Imagine saying that because of what he sees online. Okay, so you have been seeing it online that Nigerians were hungry. Katsina, bandits are there. From Katsina, you cannot move to Sokoto in full confidence. From Sokoto, you can't go to Zamfara in full confidence. Even common Niger here now, bandits are there. And these people are just gaslighting us like we were what? And he's saying we want to put the nation on fire. The nation is already on fire. I went to Borno last week. If there's no gas that is being supplied, they don't even have electricity. Borno do not even have electricity except if all those gas plant is working. And from Damaturu to Borno is just 100 kilometers or less. But you can be kidnapped anytime by Boko Haram there. And you are bringing about those armored tanks instead of them to be in the bush. If those armored tanks in Eagle Square were sent to Zamfara as is Northwest, I'm telling you, but all the bandits will be killed. But it is here on this space we are seeing Bello Turji, a gang leader of bandits, saying that Matawale has hand in the insecurity of Nigeria, and Matawale has not been questioned by the government, or he has not even asked to be resigned. And somebody will be here telling us that is this thing. Go and see people in the villages eating grasses. Because we all mentioned it here. People are using cucumber to cook stew. Imagine. And is it that we don't have the farmland to farm? No. But the farmers are being made to pay. You pay. Then after you pay, then they will now come and kidnap you again for you to pay again. Where are those money going? And even the MTN scenario he's talking about, I have registered my MTN SIM card with my name 3 times. I was still blocked. I have to go and activate it again. Imagine. What sort of nonsense is this? You register your line once, you use your name to do the name myself. You suffer to do it. I did my own in ARTV Kano. Then, if you see the line, 200 people, you have to follow 200 people to do NIN. We know when Buhari introduced this NIN SIM linkage, you have to go and edit your name, sometimes just for it to rhyme with BVN. After doing all those things, you will link, then your line will be cut off. You'll do it again. They will still cut you off again, saying it is not quiet. Whose fault is that? Is it our fault now? And they will now say we are impatient or people are here for violent protest. SUVs were given to National Assembly members. Senator Abdul Ningi came out and spoke against the government. What happened to him? Even though the main issue of legislators is to what? Hold the executives responsible. They are not even doing their functions. If our legislators, the senators and reps are doing their rightful functions, would we be even discussing this today? Common electricity, there's band A, band B, band C. That means some Nigerians are even more Nigerians than others. Band A, band B, band C, band D. And even the band A are not even getting the required electricity. And you'll pay for it. Mambila in Nigeria, they have been discussing since from time of Buhari. The project is there. They released a lot of money for that project until one minister come and say nothing has been done there. They are just clearing the place. Nigeria, the giant of Africa, how many this thing are generating? The gas plants are not allowed to function. Insecurity, and he's saying insecurity, Nigeria will be born. Nigeria is already burning. The northwest is not peaceful. The northeast is not peaceful. Even if the eastern district sit at home is there in eastern Nigeria, on Monday you can't move out. You move out, you are being killed. The government is doing nothing about it. In the Niger Delta, they are having environmental pollution, and they have a ministry for that matter. Environmental pollution is there due to exploration of oils, and Nigeria's revenue is coming from there, and the people there are suffering. See, the documentaries are there. If you see, you just say, what happened? What is wrong with us as a country? Before we voted for Buhari first tenure, if you see the promises that man made, he was even crying that spaghetti is being sold at 115 naira. Today, spaghetti is 1,100. One spaghetti if you are buying from retailers. And they are expecting us to be dancing on the streets and the government is working or what? Our problems are many. And for the protesters, yes, we are going out. But please, let us be mindful of other people's rights. Like maybe if you are blocking road, you block one side. Because some people are there as sick people, some want to be rushed to the hospital and the rest. If you block all roads, it will not be good for others. You, while demanding for your right, you are also infringing on rights of others. I know in the last protest, there are a lot of people I had in Lagos, they want to go to hospital, but because of the whole gate has been shut, they could not go. And even the Lekki, this thing that they are giving scenario of for 6 days, that protest was peaceful. There were videos, sponsored talks were brought in to disrupt that peaceful protest. There were videos going around. Soldiers, they say no this thing, and he's saying that people should even identify as leaders of the protest. Abu Salma identified in Kano. He was picked up by the DSS. A guy was selling t-shirts for this protest. He was picked up. Lawyers have to go and take him. Abu Salman was even sent to prison. They have to take him out from prison. Today, Malam Jabir, he wrote letter to Kaduna. They invited him DSS. They were planning to detain him. The one in Zamfara, the video was there. He said he is the leader of the protest. They picked him up, beating him. It was in Kaduna, even though the governor denied it. He said he doesn't have. But Mbeki commander was beaten. Somebody of about 60 years old just because he criticized the government. They were beating him up and down, wiping him with cane. The video went viral. Even though he said they will investigate. That is the end of matter in Nigeria. We will investigate. You will never hear anything again. Even in Abuja, kidnapping is there.
Can you wrap up 30 seconds, please?
No problem. I'm done. It's just that it is very painful when people are suffering and someone paid people will just come and be gaslighting nonsense here when Nigerians are suffering. They don't even care about us. What we are feeling. Everybody is feeling the heat. Even them, their family members are feeling the heat. But because of they are with the government, they cannot. They will not even allow people to speak the truth. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. All right. God's alone. Take 30 seconds. I know you had a quick response, and then I'll go to Natu, and then SGN. You've been very patient. I'll come to you, I promise. And then Dr. Listen, you dropped. I'll think, but I hope I don't lose you. Go ahead. God's will alone. Rita.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, sir? Am
Go
I
ahead.
being heard, please? Oh, great. I thank you, my brother, that I've just spoken now. You've said a lot of the things I needed to say, okay? I just posted a video on the Jumbotron now. This is what happens today. The people they have hired to come and protest against we that are protesting for better Nigeria, they are paying them already. And if you see what they are giving them peanuts. They are the one instigating violence. And they are saying it is we peaceful people that are demanding for Nigeria that will even be better for them. Because at the time they leave government, whatever we are crying today, we are crying for, if we get it, they too will enjoy. I don't know what's up with these people. You are in government today, tomorrow you will not be there. You are saying you have a say today, tomorrow you will not have a say. The power Buhari is having just last year till that May. Is he still having it now? They still born and well to they travel the way they junket all around the world before. He not there again. He doesn't even have his personal money to do that. And now we're demanding for a country that will be better for us. You guys are paying protesters already, the same people that are hungry, but because they don't know their right from their left, you guys are using them against we that are demanding for good governance. It not go better for now. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right. Hanatu, go ahead, and then we'll take Dr. Peterson. SGN, you dropped again. Hanatu, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mike is yours.
Thank you very much, Akin. I'm grateful for this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts on this very this topic. I just love the way you coined it, a tone-deaf government or impatient Nigerians. And greetings to everyone, my fellow Nigerians on this space. Let me start by saying that Nigeria is the easiest country in the world to actually govern. It's so easy. If you've traveled out or you live abroad, sorry. If you've traveled out or you live abroad, you will know it is the truth. I say this because during the last elections, I was everything in for it, and even to the point of where the results were announced and all of that. I said, let's leave sentiments aside of who won and all of that, but let's even ask a question. 300 billion naira was given for elections. Was that what we should have expected? That was the time where insaner climbs, that one will not even fly. Yakub Mahmoud would still not be the INEC chairman, but Nigerians just let it go. I didn't understand what was going on. I came to Nigeria and I saw there was inflation issues. Me, myself, I was complaining. But it was like everybody just, we have this elastic band to just absorb and readjust. People just kept readjusting and readjusting. I couldn't take it. I said, what is happening? But it was at that moment that I had peace in my heart, because I said, now I understand the problem of Nigeria. The average Nigerian does not, how should I say, we don't attach, or we don't know how to connect the problems we go through, our everyday problems, to the issue of bad governance and bad leadership. So, for example, if you have a business and you're spending so much on on diesel, on all of that, you're not looking at, come on, what is happening with government? What is happening with these issues? You're more of looking at it as, so I have to increase the price, so I have to do this. What else can I do? What else can I do? That's why I said Nigeria is one of the easiest countries to rule. Before this present government, how is politics played? You do your politics, everything is just catching cruise. You get into power, everybody come chop, do your thing, everyone goes. As soon as the a government is sworn in, politics for the next 4 years already starts and all of that. Nobody talks about governance. So this present government, when they came into power, that was what they expected. That was what they thought would
Can you
happen.
wrap up 30 seconds, please?
Yes.
Yeah, just quickly. Yeah.
Yes, that was what they thought would happen, because you're just looking at, people are now going to protest. There's this hardship. Where are the solutions? Instead, you're still trying to use the same playbook that usual government always plays on people, and it's not working. The fact that people didn't protest in other times or whatever, or you're saying, the Northerners, they didn't do this, they didn't do that, and now they're doing it now, it's not an excuse. There needs to be solutions. So I'm very grateful that Nigerians are waking up to these things and are asking government and are holding government accountable. Finally, please, let me just say this quickly. When people speak and say there's going to be it's not going to be peaceful and all of that, let's look at the issues in Nigeria. How many people are educated to know what it means about being peaceful and all of that? It shows how sad and how bad things are in our nation. I really pray that people don't lose lives and all of that, but really the truth is, a time has come for us to have a conversation about this nation and about how things should change. Nigerians are not impatient. Instead, we have a tone-deaf government. Thank you.
All right, great. So let's Hanatu, thanks for being patient, and then we'll take Dr. Peterson. Go ahead, Hanatu. Hanatu, are you there? Oh God, I think you lost connection again. All right, I want to keep it diverse. So Dr. Peterson, go ahead, then we'll take Monica. And then we'll come back to the next speaker.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning,
And then
everyone.
2 minutes, and then if you hear the bell ring, you know it's time's up. I want to make sure others can speak. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. And a tone-deaf government or impatient Nigerians. First of all, I want to say yes, that it's a very nice topic. Yeah, very nice one. Yeah, the truth matter is that they have pushed us actually to the wall. I served in the Navy base, just last year. These people, we think that possibly they are going to, harm us or whatever when the things like this comes up. I can tell you for a fact that they are pushing for all this I'm talking about now. The officers, the foot soldiers, they like these guys too are in pains. Like these guys are feeling it as well. Okay, it's not just we alone. Yeah, fine, they might give them all that to do something, but these guys knows what is happening. These guys has relatives. They have children. They too are catering for. So we should not just put like these guys are going to do what harm, because they have been expecting this thing from. I stayed there for almost a whole year, Navy base, and look at what we're calling out as education now. Look at the way they are increasing our school fees. When I was in school, when I graduated 2020, my school fees was just 47,000 naira, but now it is 10 times what it was, and people are leaving schools now already because of they cannot afford. Look at the hospital I'm working, for instance. People like the equipment, are not there in place, and people they don't even have money to pay their bills. Literally, people are being brought late to the hospital because they are already discouraged, and People are dying, and people are still coming out tonight telling us not to protest for what is our own right. Protest is part of democracy. Protest defines democracy, because for a common definition which it has, by the people, for the people, and to the people, protest is one of the arm of what democracy is. Constitutional, and nobody should come and tell us, because we have been in the mud, and now we are trying to rise to the occasion that enough is enough. Nobody is telling anybody to come and burn down anything, but rather we want to what? Tell those persons there that we have been having wrong foundation. In fact, how can they progress when the foundation has been wrong? Look at now, it's now that they are bringing rice and other incentives for us, because now we are crying. No, now we are not. See, Nigerians are too intelligent. Anywhere we are in the world, we always set out, because we always know our way around. And I think, and I know, if we can have a successful protest and bring out our demands, and I think it will be a stepping stone for the future. People are scared of death. Death is inevitable. Okay, nobody is praying for it. But at a point in time, we are like today, for instance. Now I went out to buy some. Like, I was like, for real, how much is my salary? And I'm saying that I'm not going to leave the country, because it's my country. I'm not going anywhere. This is where I know, and this is where I'm going to do all I have till death comes. And somebody is annoying, man. It's annoying. So please, for those persons that are set for because me, I will be a part and parcel of it, because I want a genuine change. I want a redefined Nigeria. Nobody should be scared of anything. Like the Northern brother said, the country is already down. Okay, so I don't want to take much of our time. Thank you for giving me time to speak in this piece, and let's get re-energized to do the positive thing. Do not destroy anybody's property, even as the protest commence on the 1st of July. Good morning, everyone, and I really thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks again. Tommy, I see you. I'll get to you. Monica, go ahead. Take the mic.
Good morning, everybody. Although there is nothing good about the morning except maybe free oxygen. So I'm just going to take this point by point. I've been going to different spaces and speaking, trying as much as possible to encourage every Nigerian. First of all, we're not asking for change of government. For now, we're not asking for change of government until you push Nigerians to the wall. All we are asking is address these issues. These things are simple. They are tone. Are they okay? We're asking, are they tone deaf? No, they're not tone deaf. But we are tone deaf to our silence. We were silent. So many things were going wrong in this country, and we kept taking it. I keep telling people that Nigerian government, they just want to know how much shit you can take. They will keep stuffing you just to know how much. And unfortunately, we are very fortunately and unfortunately we are resilient people. So then we are coming out for press conferences right now. People were being killed in the north, in the south, every part of Nigeria. People were being killed. Hunger, starvation. Where I'm in right now, I'm doing my youth service. They sell, I saw it on Twitter, I thought it was a joke, but literally they sell yams right now in slices. Oh my God, this is not a war-torn country. This is a country that has rich mineral resources. We have the human capital. We have everything possible. I keep telling people, we have everything possible to be like China, to be bigger than China, to be bigger than Russia. Nigeria, we used to boast in OPEC. We no longer hear of OPEC. I can't remember the last time I even heard of OPEC. Oh God, it's crazy. And then somebody comes here and is like, people are disgruntled because their government did not. What kind of rubbish? Like, what insolence? what I'm really disappointed. In fact, I envy the person that said that. I envy everybody that has never heard you speak. What kind of insensitivity is that? People are eating grass. People are dying. People do not have what. I have never heard of grade A, grade B, grade C. For electricity is it's a utility. I have never heard it in my life. These are people who do not have political will. A minister, a non-elected person will come and be, oh God, and Iya Oloja will tell us, warn your children. What, the kind of verbs, the kind of terms they use they forget that these people elected you to go and help them. These people elected you. These people are your employers. And they forget that power is transient. Everybody that has left power right now is crying. Rotimi Amechi is suddenly man of the people. It's crazy. It's crazy. The filth.
Have you voted?
I'm voted, yeah.
Okay, so
I'm happy as I'm voted, yeah.
tell me your feeling after voting today.
Yeah, after voting, I'm feeling okay. What I want, I get it on the result. I'm getting the party I want is the one going on. Thank you for that.
What are you expecting from these people you voted?
I'm voted, they can do what you want, and then when they want, what they want, inshallah, we'll happiness more, isn't it? So then please, I want to beg them, we suffer almost 10 hours, we are standing because of what we want. We need change. And then the person we need, he's the one on the party we want, isn't it? So please, we want change.
Change? What kind of change?
The change of situation which we are now.
What is the situation you are in?
Situation of sufferness. Isn't it? Yeah, we are suffer. How many years? As you see, 12 years forward. I mean, almost 40 something years. I don't know what is government did for me. It's in come out of this like this radio. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, yeah. I have to complaining. I'm in Nigeria really. Almost 40 something, I don't know what is government. So I need change. The person I know is going to change this thing by force, whether the leader they want or not. Any person which is bad, he must escape in this country, or he be hidden like how they are hiding a poor people inside prison, which you don't have a court attendant. Inshallah, we need Buhari to change this country.
Have you voted?
I'm voted, yeah.
Okay, so
I'm happy I'm voted, yeah.
tell me your feeling after voting today.
Yeah, after voting, I'm feeling okay. What I want, I get it on the result. I'm getting the party I want is the one going on. Thank you for that.
What are you expecting from these people you voted?
I'm voted, they can do what you want, and then when they want, what they want, inshallah, we'll happiness more, isn't it? So then please, I want beg them, we suffer almost 10 hours we are standing because of what we want. We need change. And then the person we need, he's the one on the party we want, isn't it? So please, we want change.
Change? What kind of change?
The change of situation which we are now.
What is the situation you are in?
Situation of suffering, isn't it? Yeah, we are suffer. How many years? As you see, 12 years forward. I mean, almost 40-something years. I don't know what is government doing for me. It's come out of this like this radio. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, yeah. I have to complain. I'm in Nigeria, really. Almost 40-something, I don't know what is government. So I need change. And the person I know is going to change this thing by force, whether the leader they want or not. Any person which is bad, he must escape in this country, or he be hidden like how they are hiding a poor people inside prison, which you don't have a court attendant. Inshallah, we need Buhari to change this country.
You know, when you intend to protest in a peaceful way, the anger, when you start thinking about how things are going wrong in the nation, you tend to it could turn violent. The people who probably would want to come out to protest could turn they could actually turn things around. What is wrong in building? What is wrong in having infrastructure? What is wrong in having companies, factories to work, for crying out loud? Do you know how many? There's a place I used to work here in the UK. It's the production of foam for car seats. You know, that foam in the car seats that is covered with the leather. They have more than over 3,000 workers. Man, I was just thinking, man, is it we have the resources, the number of Nigerians that are working there? Ah, man, seriously, I was really broken because this is something that we can do in our country. What is the governor of each state? What are they doing? If the truth is, we have 19 northern states in the federation. The day the northerners, these are I'm sorry to say this, these are the people,
Can you wrap up,
yeah,
please? 30
these are the
seconds.
people who are really, they are being impoverished by their state governors. The day the northerners will rise up and raise up placards all in one, the 19 state northerners, the day they will rise up, I think that's the day we will understand what revolution is in the country. But as it stands, we're going to come out to protest on the 1st, and it's going to be a peaceful demonstration. The government understands that it is our right, our constitutional right to protest. They should give us the protection that is yours. Give us security and protect us while we'll demonstrate. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Chief. I'm bringing you back up. So let's hope your connection is stable. Tommy, welcome. Always glad to have you. Let you
Yeah,
take
boss.
3 minutes.
Yeah,
Yes, go ahead.
yeah. I wanted to. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Akin. Good day, everyone on in the space. I don't calm down, but let me just say this. Um, see the what and I'm speaking not as an obedient or what have you, or whatever the other person have come to play, or the kind of gaslighting he has come to do. Many of us have been on this space for the past, I think since when you started the space, Mr. Akin, and nobody talked about party or what have you. It's quite unfortunate, but I want to say this to people who think that way. Oh, protest is violent, people will be violent and all of that. It is your job to tell that person you say you support to protect people. That is the job of the policeman. Let's go back to EndSARS. EndSARS wasn't it was peaceful until they started sending thugs. Have we forgotten? Muslims were praying, Christians were protecting them. Christians were praying, Muslims were protecting them. So I don't know why. Is it that you don't have conscience? People have been speaking on this space, and all what is on your mind is to say, I support so person. Whoever is there, let's drag, whether it's Peter Obi or whatever, whoever it is. You are a Nigerian first, for God's sake. Where is your humanity? People are suffering. I can't count how many times I've heard suffering on this space. And you just come to defend what you want to defend. You are insensitive to the pain of people in Nigeria. Yet you are in diaspora, where things are working. Please, now let's have some conscience. See, let me just even plead to APC people. See, we are not your problem. Your opposition is not your problem. Many of us, we know why we voted for the people who voted, because we knew that this was coming. Whoever it is that is going to be the president tomorrow, we will drag the person. That's what differentiates us from you people. You don't speak the truth. Tell your Tinubu or whoever APC leader to come and protect Nigerians. That is the job of the policemen. Look at now, they are showing show of force. You can't do that to terrorists. You can't do that to bandits. All of a sudden, you're filling up Abuja. What is the job of those people in the first place? They are doing show of force to peaceful protesters who are saying they'll come out peacefully. That is what everybody have been saying on these spaces. Nobody is saying they will go and burn down anything. Even I've heard on spaces whereby people are even saying if anybody is going to be violent, they will pick up the person and do civil arrest and go and drop them at the policeman. This is what the person did. Video the person. We can do this. Don't come and gaslight people. As I wrap up, I went to command this secondary school, so I have friends with soldiers. I have conversations with them. Recently, I spoke with a soldier. I've never heard a grown man cry like that before. He's saying that he told me we are ready. All we are waiting for is you people. Is the civilians. That's what the man kept on saying. I know the kind of calls I'm getting. I mean, before I left Nigeria, I'm a person with disability. I have connection with them. I don't like what I'm hearing. People, just the five of my colleagues, comrades who are persons with disabilities, who didn't vote for this government, who are crying now. They are already on the streets begging. People that were doing well, at least doing well for themselves. Now, recently, just day before yesterday, another one have joined them. He has gone, and she's on wheelchair, for God's sake. You just come and talk like you don't have conscience. Your humanity has been damaged. Because of who you are supporting, because you are supporting, and it's my this thing, it's my this thing. See, whoever it is, we drag that is how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be Nigerian first. Please, we are coming out to protest peacefully. Don't come and gaslight Nigerians. Don't do that to us. Have some, at least even have some empathy. Please, I'm begging you. Let me even beg you, APC people. Have some empathy. It is the right of every Nigerian to protest peacefully. And it's the right of the policemen to protect them. Just in Canada, where I was, somebody was jammed. Someone was hit by a cyclist was hit by a police. What are they asking for? Better roads network. That's why they're protesting. Imagine. But look at the number of things happening in Nigeria, and you're saying people should not protest. Ha, God have mercy. Mr. Aki, I yield the mic.
Wow, Tommy, that was quite passionate. I know you speak from the heart. You know, I love you, man. And when I think of people like you and how Nigeria, uh, again, is that country that almost kills dreams. Obviously, glad to see that you're much more situated, but it's very painful, from the healthcare system to security to unemployment to even just you've worked hard, you saved money. Like my mom's a retired teacher. Her pension, gratuity, that money is less than 70% of its value. It breaks my heart. People like that did not take their money, go save it in US dollars. They kept the money in a savings account, let it yield 10%, 20%, and that money cannot even do many things for them. You take the cost of medication. I mean, for someone that's diabetic, that is taking insulin shots, where you're buying 20, 25,000 per vial, that is excess of 100,000. How are people going to cope? So then you start buying expired products, because a lot of pharmacies are trying to recycle trying to not lose their investments. You take, ordinary malaria medicine, malaria medication that would be 8,500 is now 40,000 on the shelf. I mean, I don't know how people are doing it. I don't know how people are getting by. But again, these are just one of many stories. And as I said earlier, if you think you're doing well, you've got a couple million stashed in your account somewhere, and Nigeria has not touched you, trust me, when you have to pull that money from the bank to do something that is life-saving, you then understand that the value of your money is next to nothing. And every day is just a race to the bottom. Who's going to pull this country out? Is it the tone-deaf people? Or perhaps is it us being impatient and not giving this government the turnaround time they need? Because, as you've seen, someone said this earlier, Nigeria might be one of the easiest countries to govern because we don't ask for too much. We don't ask for too much as citizens, and it's just very painful. Chief, I'll have you come in, and then we'll take Paul Etin, and I think stop electing. I've had you here on stage for a while, so let's stop electing. I can't see your name, but go ahead, Mike is yours, and then Chief will come in next.
Hello, Akin. Thanks a lot for the opportunity, and you're doing quite a lot to accommodate the diversity of thoughts. It's indeed a commendable job, especially in the very polarizing environment we have now. I've heard a lot of different people speak, and I've had to moderate my own thing well, because I've found myself agreeing with people who normally I see their tweets and like, what an idiot, But we really need to be honest with ourselves. I live in diaspora, so normally I log out of Nigeria's issues to protect my sanity. But every now and then I find these spaces and they're quite interesting. Now, what it is we come on these spaces every now and then, and the country gets into this frenzy like, oh, there's protests. We were here in 2020, we're here again in 2024. What's it? It's going to be another 4 years. It goes round and round in circles. And in my opinion, the reason is because we never really focus on the things that matter. Whatever the issue. I've read the list of demands. I can see where they're coming from, but there's no tangible substance behind any of those demands. Because Nigerians are, and this is no disrespect to anybody, and I'm just speaking generally here. Nigerians aren't very process oriented. It's that simple. Everyone goes into this frenzy now, but what really is the plan? And the reason why this happens like this is that the loudest voices in Nigerian politics, again, with no disrespect to anybody, but the loudest voices in Nigerian politics are simply inept. They are not the brightest bulbs. So they're not having policy discussions. Look at any elections we've had. Just observe our elections from 1999 till now. At least those who are old enough to have followed all those things from that time till now. You can literally trace the brain drain in Nigeria by observing the language of our elections over time. We went from having very little, at least some modicum of policy discussions, to now it's Yoruba Ronu, Igbo Kwenu, everybody's stupid. How can that be? How does that lead to any meaningful, governance? Nigerian politics does not discuss governance. It discusses stupid shit. No disrespect. Sorry for my language. It's stupid shit. Nigerian political discussions are not about policy. It's the only country I can think of that's that way. What's the content of our entire, what's the conversation here about these protests? Even these protests, as good intention that's there, the evil forces in the country are doing their best to exploit the divisions and the ignorance they know the country is wallowing in, to push everyone to extremes. And then you listen to people and you realize everyone's just a victim. The man you're beefing, the guy you're hating on the internet, the reason he's accepting 1.5 to insult you is because he's starving. He's being starved by the same government. Look, if I'm sorry, maybe it's the benefit of living in diaspora. Yeah, it just gives you this weird perspective of Nigeria. Like, we shouldn't be where we are. We are a wealthy country. We're so rich. When you live in, anyone who's traveled around Europe would realize European countries are not rich. We are rich. We just rich. Look, the how, if you realize how much of the global supply chain in places like Europe and America have Nigerians as the backbone, you'd wonder, why did those Nigerians leave Nigeria in the first place to anywhere else? What is it about Nigeria that we cannot do in Nigeria that people keep leaving? The reason is because we keep letting the dregs of our society rise to the top. We have thugs for leaders, and I don't mean this as disrespect. I would not name names either, but just think how many of the people you have elected to office would you let run your bank? That's all I'm going to say. Thanks.
I don't know if Akeem is doing something. Am I audible, please? Can anybody hear me? If you can
Yeah,
hear
go
me,
ahead,
it's
Chief.
okay. All right. Well, when I came up, I've been up here for a minute now, and I think
Yeah, Nick. Yeah, go ahead.
before. Okay, thank you again. And good thing you're doing here to just control this narrative and also lend your Twitter account as a platform for dialogue between Nigerians. I think prior to my northern brother, I had a lot to say, but like he just took the words right out of my mouth. In about 13 years now, Nigeria has been plunged into all forms of insecurity, and never a day did the IG of the police force or the chief of army staff or chief of naval staff think it wise to send out a notice to the VIP members that have police securities as or police basic home staff to withdraw their personnel and have them engage in this battle of security for the nation. However, in 2024, we see that the IG of police has issued a notice to retract their police force for citizens that are requesting good governance from their country or from their government. I think there's nothing that annoys you more as a citizen when you know that the people in power, they are aware of the things that are going on. They are aware of the situation the country is in. There's no way. I find it laughable whenever I see someone come out to defend this current government of the APC and say, oh, we inherited something bad. Now, take for instance, the person that sits as our chief of staff to the president was once our Speaker of the House of Representatives, an arm of the legislative branch of government, whilst Buhari, that these new APC guys tend to push blame towards, was president. The president came into the country overnight, 4 a.m., announced himself, inauguration day. You shouted subsidy is gone. I don't want to be repetitive of these facts. The whole country went into a breakdown rush for, it created unnecessary demand in the country. And then later on, you come to address the nation, you tell us to take baby steps, and then you appoint a minister that comes into the FCT and decides that it's 20 billion they want to use to build one man's house. We're still taking the baby steps. Like, Nigerians, personally, I think Nigerians are not even angry enough, because if we were that angry, there's no need to set a date for protest. We just come outside one day and we start telling the government our demands. And I want to speak on this protest, and I want to remind Nigerians that, one, we're multilingual in Nigeria. Two, we're multi-ethnic. This is the first time, I would say, in my lifetime that I'm seeing Nigerians unite for one purpose. Yes, hunger day, but we need to break down that hunger into demanding for concrete things that alleviate this hunger in the land. That I've read many demands, and it's an advice to any right thinking citizen for us to actually bring that list into three or two. It helps us speak with one voice. We don't speak with one voice on a normal day. So I think it would just be helpful if we can break down this whole 9 demands, 10 demands, 11 demands, except the revolution demands. I'm not here to ask for a revolution for the government. But I think it's important moving forward that we actually constructively bring those demands to at least 3 point agendas, so that the government, because we are dealing with a lazy government, a government that doesn't regard us. It will be important that when we are speaking, everybody is saying the same thing, not that we are going amongst the whole nine and then this government gives us breadcrumbs. Because we need to remember, Nigerians are not, we've never enforced one thing before in Nigeria as Nigerian youths. We tried with NSAS, yes, we achieved some, but I don't think we achieved the entirety of NSAS demands. But if we ask for one thing, if it's to reverse this oil price, if it's to say that the government should slash the National Assembly salaries, and again, salaries and basic, what do they even call the thing that they give them every month? Allowances. If we're asking for that, we ask for things that help Nigeria save money, so that we can now start putting it into the constructive things that will bring the nation development. I don't. I think it's an idea that we should look at, because we've been talking with too many voices, and we need to just bring ourselves together to speak with one voice for one time, so that this protest can be successful. Nigerian police, this is a wake-up call. The Nigerian police, the Nigerian army, they are not with us as basic citizens. They are not. And I'm not in any way going to fight against them. It's for national orientation to continue to orientate the people of Nigeria to know their rights. Well, Nigeria is wired the way Nigeria is wired because evil people want to hold us down. This can make or break us. August 1st can decide to be a change of Nigeria if Nigerian youths are ready to actually take their countries and take their laws and powers into their own hands. We employ these people. They should be able to listen to us. I'll yield by saying Nigeria is the only country that we have. We travel abroad. A lot of us want to come back home. A lot of us want to make sense of what Nigeria is. And we're always here with you guys. We're always, me personally, I live in DC. Anything, I'm looking for a way we can even go to the embassy in DC and make noise on that same day. Because I think we as diasporans should also be able to help our brothers in Nigeria. We can go to our embassies and make our own noise in our respective countries. I'll use the mic here. Thank
All
you,
right,
my
thanks
friend.
for that, Nick. So let's take Bashir. Go ahead. I think I tried bringing you up earlier. Buba, Bashir.
Yeah, good
Go ahead,
evening.
brother.
My name is Bashir Buba. Please, I would like to talk more about the development of Nigeria. I think in 2016, I have a master's section class, which I did my master's. I was having a professor that time. We were deliberating on this conflict resolution and global economic issues with him. And that time there was this war happening in Afghanistan. Then he was now telling us that this one that we were sending prayers to Afghanistan. Have we ever thought of sending ships, warships, aircrafts to those countries? We now were pondering on him. He said, but that's the real fact. Now we are talking about all this. We talked about NSAS, and I remember that I was a listener in in like this type of space where we youths were angry, we were bitter, and we will decide that okay, what we will do is that let's try to see whether we can build a youth that can take over the country. There was no. If we can build a mechanism that is solely independent of the government, that can shake the government, they must listen. I know there are some people whom are in DC that make a manufacturing industry that can be exporting local fabricated suits, belts, shoes, that we can make millions out of it. And these can be an investment for Nigeria, that we can buy bonds abroad. The moment we have this, no any government that can say that can shake that mechanism. The only thing is that the government will come, what do you want? These are mechanisms that we're supposed to put in place, not that we'll come and then begin to put blames. Because Nigeria now, let's be realistic. Are we practicing the socialist economy, or we are practicing the capitalist economy? Because you cannot really say which type of economic policy are we practicing in Nigeria. And at the end of the day, we will argue, we will put blames on people, and then we will begin to say we want to protest. At the end of the day, again, innocent lives will be lost. We are all Nigerians. That same lady I talked to you about,
Can you wrap up
who
1
has
minute?
rights,
Yeah.
that same lady I talked to you about rights, she told me that there in Pakistan, If a citizen should, if you can bully a citizen, the whole of that community will rise up on you. But tell me, in Nigeria, that's not how it works. We always, whether we like it or not, it has to be centered either religious or ethnic. These two must work. And what brought it is just poverty and hunger. So thank you very much. If this mechanism can be put in place, I will be very glad.
All right, thanks again for
Thank you.
that. Again, if you requested, I'm really trying to make sure I can pull people up. So let's we can just shorten contributions so that way most people on stage can get a speaking turn. Paul Etzing, go ahead. You've been very patient. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Can hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akin, for this opportunity. I have a few suggestions to make to as per the process, and it's I know the theme is end bad governance, and there's a whole bunch of list of suggestions people have been dropping, a lot of lists online, but I would basically say the reason why we have a stone deaf government in Nigeria is because Nigerians are not very proactive politically. They don't play the role of his they don't play citizenship. They most of us are not interested in being political party members. Most people are not interested in the news. Most people are not interested in voting up until Peter Obi moved and the whole interest came in. But if the demand can be narrowed down to the electoral and the judiciary, we would save a whole lot of stress because, like, stop electing morons said, the only reason why we are in this hole, you can't expect a former drug dealer or a former terrorist or a former fraudster, or you can't expect governors who have baggages with EFCC to be sitting senators and expect the country to be moving in the right direction. It's impossible. Now, all the presidents we've had since 99, Obasanjo was military, so he had some level of discipline and maybe let's say some conscience, being part of the civil war, being a coupist. He had some little conscience, wanted to make things work. He tried his best. He was corrupt. None of them is not corrupt. And I'm saying this for a fact that there is no government in the world that is not corrupt. But there is no government in the world you can point to and just when they come to mind and say they are corrupt, apart from Nigeria. Nigeria has this cliche going with them because after we switched government from Obasanjo to Yaradua, Yaradua and Goodluck were like the only people who I think went through the university wars. They were like the most educated of leaders at that top level we had. Then suddenly they left. Another coupist came in who had a little bit of conscience and some discipline. So it wasn't very good. It wasn't very bad. He had selective corruption fighting shit and all. But now we have someone we don't know his name, we don't know anything about him. We know he's good at laundering money. He was once a drug dealer or is someone like an accountant with drug cartel and stuff. We have a vice president that a wanted terrorist was found in his house. We have a Senate president who makes stupid jokes in the house. We have bunch of governors in that house. We have a governor in that house. I don't want to call names, but he has served time before for corruption and is in the house. So that it's impossible to build a country like that. And the reason why it's being so is because the president has the power to pick his INEC puppet. He has the power to pick the chief judge. Then when he does that, the game is cancelled. The chess game is easy to move. And Nigerians don't respond. They are over patient. In Tinubu's speech, by the way, there was a part he said, Nigerians they bear for too long. I fell in love with that speech because we take things that we are not supposed to take. The election scam was a scam. We all watched. They invested money for technology, they didn't use it. Recently, they passed law that they will kill drug dealers and people caught in drug trafficking. If we demand in this protest for them to make all electoral fraud be be
So can you
punishable
wrap
by
up in 30
death, it's
seconds,
not a
please?
bad.
Yeah, we can wrap up.
Okay, it's not a bad demand if we can do that. Any election fraud, anybody who breaches electoral laws that would make dead people come into become our leaders should be punishable by death. If that is the only demand, maybe they could start with Yakubu if he's not resigning or something very, very active. And the people should know that protests are the only way you can avoid having a stone deaf government. You are supposed to protest every fucking time. You can protest for the military to take all those tanks in Eagle Square to the north and end the insecurity. You can't have bandits using Starlink and drones in the forest uploading their videos, and we don't have the military having those tools. Recently, there was a video. The senators, they asked them if they should spend money on sophisticated military weapons and gadgets. They voted no. Akpabio asked them again. They voted no because he asked something like if they want a panel to be there to check military and spending this thing. They voted no. But they can park all the trucks and things to Eagle Square to intimidate who. And for your information, please, people on this Twitter space are reasonable people. The people who are not reasonable that would protest that are on the street, you can't tell them not to destroy things, except the police will protect protesters. And I'm not even sure the Nigerian police is well equipped to handle
All right,
protests.
I need to
How
roll the
many
mic. I
water
need to
can?
roll the mic. So take 10 seconds. Let's zip it
Oh,
up. Yeah.
okay. So I'll round up here now by saying a coup is impossible. Our military is dead. They are following Yahoo boys to marriages and stuff. We need to protest to reinstate the power of the people. We need to do it more often and more coordinatedly. Opposition doesn't need to lead it. We don't need any one person moving it. If we have enough civil rights activists in the country, they can move it. The Nigerian culture is flawed and we need to change it individually. Everybody needs to do their part. You need to be active. You should not, when you don't do nothing, you are part of them. And for that Otumba guy, there are slaves like that who like being fed chumps. So when they talk, just pray for them. That's the best you can do. Thank you very much.
All right. Again, we like to use this platform just promote, civil outcomes. I want to say respectfully everything you said, your opinion. So I don't do echo chambers. If you heard anything triggering in the audience, the speaker speaks for himself, and those are his perspectives. I keep it respected. There's a user that is dragging me in the comment section. Oyin Koshola, I cannot see your request. Please try again. So let's take Emmanuel. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Olga Akin, thank you very, very much. But please confirm that you can hear me. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate the work you're doing here. I haven't been in any space platform since, oh gosh, when I think it was during the election. After the election, I think I was depressed and I just stayed away from space. But I got off from work this evening and I saw that you had this interesting topic going. I was like, you know what, let me see what he had to say. And you got my attention. I've been listening. I've heard so many people talked. my my first response to the topic would be, we don't have a tone deaf government. I think they can hear, they just don't care. And then part of impatient Nigerians. I don't think we are impatient. I think we're very, very patient Nigerians. I think that's why they take our silence, our patience for granted. And that's why they have been able to carry on all these years. Nigerians are very understanding. We know how to adjust. That's one of the things that it's a flaw. It's a blessing and a curse. uh, some of the things that we have put up in this country. If it happens in other countries, immediately people will hit the streets and their voice will be heard and change will be made. But I wanted to piggyback on the speaker that spoke before the gentleman that just finished, talking about having those of us in diaspora should come and establish uh, industries and companies in Nigeria. I hate to bust your bubble because a lot of us who have been away for over 20 some years have tried, uh, brought a lot of money into the country to establish businesses and hire people, gave them jobs. We even stayed on ground to supervise the formation days until we felt like, okay, the company can run. But the moment we came back, those that we thought we could trust, they destroyed the company, they divided the resources, and today many of us can account for $100 that was invested. One of the problems we run into was state power. You know, you cannot establish a company or industry without consistent power supply. And if you look at it, there's a lot of things. The environment, the platform to establish these industries. I know that that's why the need to discuss policies is very important. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I'm not the one that is expecting our current president to do any better. You know, you don't expect. It's like if you don't train a child to act and talk in a certain way, you don't expect that child to do things or speak in a certain way. Mr. President and his entourage, his cohorts, we know how they came into office. We know why they came in. Emilio Khan, it was my turn. You know, they are not patriotic. They don't care about you and I. They don't care about the stability of the country. They care about lining their pockets with resources. That's why we're having what we have today. I mean, to hear that there are tanks out there when there are bandits killing farmers, you know, who can't even go to farm to do their menial jobs, and to see tanks out today, it tells us they do hear us. They have selective hearing. That's what they have. They have selective hearing. The things that protect their interests is what they're going to be concerned about. The common man is not, they're not interested in the common man, you know. But we cannot keeping quiet. I 100% support these protests. I think we should go out there and speak our demands. Somebody talked about the demands that we should narrow it down to three. Whatever we have on paper right now is a starting point. Let's at least go there and see if they will give us three from the list. Let's see if we can work with that. You know, my prayer is that people that are going out there should not destroy the properties of their fellow Nigerians. Everybody are struggling. Everybody's feeling the pain and the pinch. When you're out there, not because your body they scratch you, you go scratch and say you want break the we get that store where they buy TV, money we take stock that store, now borrow. The one we get the way they say spare parts the same thing. So let's try be our brothers keepers. Let's go out there, let our voice be heard, but let's not vandalize. You know, let's protect one another. If you see anybody doing it, stop them and say, this is not why we're out here. That's all I have to say for now. I.e. the mic. I can thank you so much for the work you're doing. Appreciate you.
Thanks, brother. All right. Gonna again roll the mic so that way it doesn't feel like an echo chamber. And I want ladies speaking. So, Swanky Beaver, you have the mic. Take 2 minutes.
Hi, Akin. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, guys. I have a very husky voice because I've been so busy all through last week. But then again, the topic, a tone-deaf government or impatient Nigerians. I'll say Nigerians are being extremely impatient and very, very unfair. You know why? All of these things feel like a witch hunt, and at this point, we really need to call a spade a spade. What are you really upset about? Are you upset about the present administration because that wasn't really your plan from the beginning? Or you're really upset with everything going on in Nigeria? If you're really going to be honest, there's a global inflation. Even the people living abroad are facing it. Everyone is facing it. So you cannot just say, look, this man is just there to take what money? Ashiwaju has been rich from day one. What does he really need it for? Is he going to take it to heaven? This man is close to 70. Then again, we're talking about the protest. You guys came with peaceful protest. It's the right of every Nigerian to protest. I don't think anyone has really come out to say do not do this. But if people are saying, look, The last major protest we had in Nigeria caused a lot of pain for people. So many businesses were lost, so many things were damaged, and they're like, look, why not just opt for negotiations? Why not opt for a dialogue first? In this current administration alone, I don't know if anyone can hear me. I'm sorry, my voice is really husky. In this current administration alone,
We can hear you. So, take your
thank you,
time. No,
thank
don't
you.
rush the speech. So, and I'm sure the space has lit up because now this is a different, kind of response. But go ahead, take your
Thank
time.
you so much. Thank you, Akin. This is fantastic you're doing, I'd say. So, as I was saying, look, at the end of the day, you all came out to say you want peaceful protest. You have been protesting from day one. The administration is barely a year, for God's sakes. We have had the Abing Power protest in Ibadan that did not even work out. We've had how many protests? If we keep allowing things like this, you guys are going to protest for a very long time, and it's not fair on the people. You're causing instability, number one. Because, for example, let's take today. I mean, Shorek came up yesterday to say people, MTN barred some people's line. Go there. You saw what happened when they went there. People are upset. You have put so much rage in the hearts of people. You've made people really upset. Look, at some point, Charlie Boy posted a man coming out to say he's gonna do this and that. There were so many spaces coming out there, and it's actually happening right now. Look at FEC, the uni in, is it Yaba or something? What exactly went wrong? How did he get to the point of, smashing people's cars and all of that? Have you forgotten one thing? You're smashing the cars of the administrative or the DC and everything. It's gonna come out of your tuition. You're gonna have delayed exams and everything. So who exactly, if you're calling this thing the government sponsored protest, that's not fair. That's a major lie because you have instigated rage in the hearts of people. You made the people upset for what reason exactly? Look, if we're all going to come together and make this work, we have to do it as a team. Take away the hate aside. We have to be patriotic Nigerians at this point. Look, the current administration has brought out so many things the people can actually benefit from. They're not going to come door to door to give money to anybody. Look, if it's time for you to pick up extra jobs, do it. If it's time for you to take farming, do it. The days of convenience in Nigeria is actually over because, look, we've got no money in the coffers. You take it or leave it. We ain't got money in the coffers. We have to make this money back by either taxing people. We have to. You guys you want the abroad system in Nigeria? Can you really have it? How much do you really buy this same petrol everywhere? Look, I live in Cyprus, and I'll tell you one thing for a fact. In 2020, when I moved in here to find out after the death of my dad to say, look, I'm going to reside here, $1 to because we spent Turkish lira was 500. Right now, what is the price? It's 3,400 pounds. Is 4,000 Turkish lira to to 100, 100 pounds. This inflation is global. If you're coming out to say all of this mess is politically motivated, because I think that's what it is, you have to wait for the love of God. Even the president has said it. If you do not like my tenure, vote me out. If you guys have to come out and vote next election, all of these things is just making a mess. You guys are making a mess out of everything.
Oh,
When do you want the administration to work?
can somebody else talk for crying out
No, no,
loud?
no, 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 no,
Please.
no. Hold on. Ify, hold on, please.
You
Don't
see,
interrupt.
these are the issues. You don't even have patience to allow me. You guys have been on for a very long time. I've requested the mic
Excuse
for over
me,
an
it's
hour.
not about being patient, please.
I don't
So,
Can
understand.
we
if
Look, if you
okay.
do not have,
all right, guys, I have to mute everyone, please. I know emotions get, like I don't like echo chambers, and I like people to speak their mind. Let her finish, and then I would open up the mic to have either Lamine or Ify respond. But let her finish, okay, please, and then maybe take another minute, Ohinkoshala. But go ahead. Go ahead. You can open up your mic now. It has a 2 second lag. Ohinkoshala, are you there?
oh yes, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Yes,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say, this is just a space. You can't even follow the rules. You're so impatient. I've been patient for a very long time. What exactly is your body itching for? Bad governance? What is the problem right now? You're saying there is so much going on. Go and ask other people everywhere in the world. We air out our shit so much. Ruto must go. You saw the whole thing that happened. Even Black Lives Matter. You saw everything that happened after all of this protest. I don't know what you guys really want. Do you want anarchy? You don't want the government to work because it's not going to work. The man, the Tommy guy that came, Tommy, really, guy, you really need to just understand that. Look, everything cannot go. You guys, it cannot go your way. It's either your way or the highway. And that's very unfair because it will go on the highway because nobody's really afraid of all of this shit anymore. It's too much chaos. It's too much chaos for the administration of barely 1 year. It's too much chaos. I think everyone just needs to chill at the end of the day. So yes, thank you very much, Akin. This is really fantastic, and I do appreciate you, accepting me to speak on your space. Have a good
All right.
evening.
Okay. So I was getting dragged in the comment section. You probably requested. I had over 189 requests. It's a very long list. I've just been really trying to moderate, and I don't do echo chambers. Everybody knows me. The room flared up when you started talking. Unfortunately, I don't think your voice is kind of cracked, but I think you tried your best to be
Yeah, I
audible.
did. I walked all through last week, so it's really, really husky. So I'm really sorry about that. But I think people got the message after all.
No worries. So, if the Pali wants to take a go, and then I'll
Okay,
throw
can
the
I
mic to
ask just
Lamini.
one
Okay,
question,
No.
please?
okay,
Chief.
okay.
Hold on.
Let me just.
I only want women to respond to women. No,
Oh,
we're not going to play.
I
We're going to play
Aggie,
fair.
please. I said
Ah, no, I
let me
have
talk. Please let
responded.
me
We got to
let
respond.
please let me
Guys,
just please let me 1 minute.
please, I beg you.
No
Let's
Nigerian
just
is more than any
let's make this
Nigerian.
fun. Listen,
No,
let's make
I
this
want to
fun.
respond in 1 minute because
I
she
know.
just
If
mentioned.
you go ahead, take 1 minute. If you go
Okay,
ahead.
she mentioned that it's a global problem. We understand that. We are asking for just one thing. It's not. We're just asking for us to live right in our own country. For instance, I am not also in Nigeria. I'm in Canada, and I came to Canada last year to study permit. I'm studying, but right now I'm working. I can totally tell you what happened, what the change I've encountered since I came to Canada. What are you talking?
If in Canada is
Excuse me.
200 and something years old, you
I
cannot compare a
understand, but
nation that is
excuse me.
62
Can
years
you
old.
Allow her to talk.
let
You
me
just said it
talk?
now
Let
that
me
she's being
talk.
patient.
For instance, you just said we should be patient with each other. It's 1 year. We are actually patient. Nigerians are the most patient people on earth. I have never even seen any tribe or any country as patient as Nigerians. Because if half of the things that happen in Nigeria happen here, you know what it is. You can't just tell me that. What we're asking from that list is very simple. Just do one or two from that. The fuel subsidy is the cost of everything. You said you remove the fuel subsidy. We're not saying where you're channeling it to. If you want us Nigerians to bear with the government will also bear with us. For instance, you are spending extravagantly. You are living your life the way you want to live your life. None of them is cutting their costs. You're not cutting your cost, and you want us to cut your cost. You want us to listen to you. You want us to be patient with the government when the government is not patient with the citizens. The government should be patient with us. They should cut their cost, make people feel that they are with us. For instance, if he come on board and slash everything and come up as he's removing his first subsidy, he's removing all the long list of essays. Why did he have to get? He has approved a renovation of this with billions of naira. He approved this. He get this. None of them want to wait. Even when they were talking about getting a new private jet, he has a private jet as an individual. He's there. He wants to get a new private jet, and people are clamoring. The hunger is in the land. He can even say just eye service. Set it aside for now, so that people will know that you're feeling their pain. This pain is there. Have you seen people cry? You're in the US. Maybe you don't understand. Let me tell you. I went to school here. I know how much I spent when I was coming. I can tell you, I started working full time in March when I got my postgraduate work permit, and I know how much I've made. It's clear. You do your job. We can say it's everywhere. It's everywhere. What is the minimum wage? What am I doing? I'm not saying that I have maybe an office work I'm doing already, but I know how much I'm making every month. I'm not lying to you. In 2 weeks, I make like $5,000. What are you talking about? So why would I not tell you I'm
Akin,
complaining? I can't
please, is it
complain.
okay if I respond?
No, excuse me.
No, you're responsible.
No, let's
So hold on.
continue. Because
If he taking out 30 seconds, and then I'll hold
because
my.
you are saying it's everywhere. When people work here, a bricklayer will work here and see his money. In Nigeria, go and become a bricklayer and see whether you see your money. So our government is the one that's supposed to make these things work in Nigeria. If you said, okay, you said even as they are to just announcing because we want to protest, they want to give us rice at 40,000. Even at 40,000, how much is the minimum wage? Only rice. You've not talked about other things in the market. How much is tomato? How much is okra? How much is this? How much is that? What are we talking about? They know what to do. If you are saying, how are we going to be patient when the government is not patient? Do you know, before I left Nigeria, I was working as a banker. I know how much I have how many of them as my customers? People that I marketed, got them to take loan. I know this, all the allowances they give them for the constituency. That's what they used to do the loan repayments. These guys collect like 200 or 300 million from the banks with those attachments as a loan repayment. They attach their repayment to those allowances. They do nothing with it. We know all these things. So what we're saying is for them to want to see their body language. Now, Nigerians are hungry. It's not even about anything. It's not tribalism. Anybody that is doing tribalism, that one is the person's business. Honestly speaking, I have nothing against him. Nobody is saying he should leave. We're only asking that we want to live in our country. We want our people to live, to have 3 square meals for crying out loud. Remove the fuel subsidy you remove. We're not saying where you're channeling it to. So bring it back. Bring the fuel subsidy back. Let people feel it. It's not about selling 400. Bring it back to 180, to 150, to 160, to 200 that it was before. What are you talking about? As of today, the fuel is 1,300. The pain is there. People are angry. It's not because of anything. Don't just come here and say it's
If
global.
I think I gave you enough rope, so let's.
Yes, yeah.
I don't want any man on stage to intervene, because I want women to
Please,
speak to each other.
it's a
So
global thing. Please,
no,
I
no, yes.
understand.
So if you hold on, so this is what I call kitchen table discussion. So Oyinka, so I'll give you a minute to
Yes, thank
respond.
you
Then
very much, Ify.
Lamin, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ify. It's very fantastic. But what I would ask you is, you talked about the minimum wage. How many governors are ready to pay it? Because at the end of the day, even the 30,000 naira, we knew so many governors that found it so difficult. They complained about it. Some people were still paying 18,000. I do not want to call names because I don't want it to feel like I'm pointing fingers at anyone. You do not. You're going for the
No,
jugular.
Why
Why are
no,
you
no,
going?
But we're not complaining
we're
only
talking.
about
No,
Tinubu.
hold on.
We're
We're
complaining
talking
Aki, you are a
about
governance.
man.
all of
Aki, you are a
them.
man. Don't
If
interject.
you hold on, so we're talking governance. Nothing's off limits. Okay, put the names, the states. Let's trash it out, because I want to
Exactly.
hear both sides of the argument. But go ahead.
It's not
Oyinka
about
Okay,
Sola.
fine.
Tinubu. It's
Even
about everybody
let's
in
bring out
government.
let's bring out the dearly beloved Alex Oti, for the love of God. How much do they collect even at today right now? Is he gonna pay his staff 70,000 naira when we're just still begging him to pay 30,000 naira? The same Lagos state you're complaining about is the only state I do believe, or maybe one of the states that pays the minimum wage. What exactly is your anger? If you're talking about the cost of governance in Canada where you are, how much are you buying fuel? Or maybe you need to go back and ask people in
I
2020
buy
the
fuel.
price they were
No, I
buying.
have my
Can you
car. I
please
have my
chill?
car.
Please
I have
So
chill.
my.
if you hold on,
He
Please
asked me a
chill.
if
question.
you hold on,
He asked me a question. How much am I buying fuel? I have my car, and when I buy fuel of $100, it takes me for a good 1 week, and I do 3 jobs with it. I do like 3 jobs, or and let me just say 2 steady jobs. The other one is just like once in a while, and that 3 jobs fetch me the amount I told you about
If
every
you
month.
said you
So
got to
how will I
Canada last
complain?
year, right? Can you hold on, please? You said you
You
got to
asked me
Canada
a
last
question.
year.
I
I
just
want you
answered
to
you.
go and ask people that have been in the same country how much they were buying fuel in 2020 and right now, and compare the prices. Look, you
I
cannot
just
compare
asked.
apple and
He just
oranges will
asked a
always be
question,
different.
and I answered you.
Okay, please, can I
The
just
$100 I
respond
buy
to?
for
You're
is my
making me lose my
sister's.
train of thought. Secondly, you talked about Canada to Nigeria. How old is Canada? Canada today is 157 years old. Are you going to compare a nation that is 157 years old to a nation
Only,
that is 62? For the
only,
love of
we
God.
are not comparing. We're just saying right now, you are doing it as if we're only fighting Tinubu. We're fighting the whole, everybody, the government. We can do better. Only, we're not asking for the to be, we're not
So, what
asking everything
exactly
to be
are your
perfect.
demands for
We're
this protest?
asking for
Because
the,
we have
see,
seen so many
are
demands
you
that are really
telling me?
unrealistic. You want petrol to go to
My
400 naira?
God, are
That
you
is not
telling
even
me
possible.
that the way our government officials are living their life, that is how it is where you
You
are?
talked about the private jet, right? Let me ask you a question. Even if Ashiwaju and his people leaves today, there's another president and the vice
Okay,
will
let's do
use
this.
that same private jet.
Hold on,
The
guys, hold on,
protest is a
ladies.
must. We need.
Sorry, ladies. Just hold your fire. Hold your fire. Let's make it, to where people in the audience can hear, anyone that's speaking. So let me roll the mic to Lamin, and then I'll keep, three of you on stage, because I need to hear from women. It seems like, a lot of Twitter spaces, we often hear men, leading conversations. So for me, I like it very fair, very balanced. But Lamin, go ahead. I'm going to unmute you. Take like 3 seconds, and then I think your mic should should come up. Dr. Kweba, I'm trying to bring you up. But I mean, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Aki. You know, it's hard. It's hard to hear these people speak and not want to just insult them. To be honest, it's very difficult to hear people speak like this. I just wonder, like, people come on space or come on social media and spew absolute nonsense, and you think they make zero sense. Zero sense. Really? Really? You don't live in Nigeria. Okay, I live in Nigeria. I live in Nigeria. So I am going through Nigeria. You have a president, and first of all, Tinubu hasn't done 1 year. APC has done 9 years. I don't have business with Tinubu. I have business with my country not working. Tinubu, APC has done 9 years. APC took dollar from what to what? That is number one. APC took fuel. The same APC that did occupy Nigeria took fuel from where to where? That is the problem. This same country, the cost of clearing 40-feet container of goods when Jonathan was president in 2012, 2013, 2014, from where to where? That is number one. You say it's a global issue. Thank you very much. If you travel people living in Canada, if you're here, how much do you pay for electricity bill in a month? And that your electricity bill includes cost of using what are they calling it? You on your AC 24 hours if you need to on your AC. Or your heater if you want to on your heater. You on your AC. You don't have to put off your fridge and your freezer. All of these things you come here and you say things that like you don't make any sense. You're comparing Nigeria to Canada, or let's compare Nigeria to even Togo, or Nigeria to Ghana. What are you talking about? You have a president that came in and said subsidy is gone without even giving it a second thought, without consulting with people, and said subsidy is gone. And then we found out that this same man that said subsidy is gone is paying subsidy when Nigerians are buying fuel at a very high price. In this same country, you have a minister, an employee, appointee of president, telling Nigerians that subsidy on electricity is gone on band A. What is band A? What is band B? What is band C? Why do we have band A, band B, band C? In Nigeria, I am paying electricity bill of over 200,000 naira a month, and I don't have 24 hours light in my house. I still have to pay for diesel in my estate. So what are you talking about? You're talking to us about a president that said we have to manage, and the first thing he did when he became president was to buy SUV for all the senators that cost billions of naira.
You know,
Have
that's
you not
just a
seen them?
major lie.
Please
You're
allow me to
lying.
speak.
You are lying.
Allow me to
It's not
speak,
lying.
Yinka, could
madam.
you please be
Allow
quiet?
me to speak. Do not interject me. When you are speaking, I didn't interject you.
Exactly.
So you have a president that said it is hard. Nigerians should manage, but you freaking renovated or built a house of 21 billion for a vice president, and we have an existing house for a vice president. What the hell are you talking about? You have a president that said Nigerians should manage, but you need to check. You have to buy himself a private jet that took $50 million to renovate that private jet. What happened to the one existing private jet that you are using? I'm asking you. What happened to the private jet that he's using?
That
He says
Buhari
he's
used.
so rich. Tinubu is so rich. Why is he not using his own private jet to gallivant the whole country that they don't even want to see him? We have a government that is scamming their own people, lying to us that UAE said we have to have $10,000 minimum balance when we're applying for
Oh my
visa,
God.
and then
Oh
we pay
my God.
664,000 naira before we.
But
As
are you gonna
visa
allow
bill.
them lie like this?
Can
This is a
you shut
lie.
up? Let me answer you. Can you shut up and let me talk? Then the same
Okay,
UAE.
so hold on. So let me hold on. Let's keep it civil. I will let you
Let
respond
her
on
stop
Inkoshala.
interjecting
You know,
me.
let's
Let her stop interjecting me.
yeah.
Then you say
Go
the
ahead, go
same
ahead.
country,
But
in this same country, this same UAE wrote to Nigeria to say, hey, I didn't ask for any $10,000 balance. Oh, I never asked you guys to pay 640,000 naira before you can get visa. This is between you and your country. And we all know the reason why UAE is not giving Nigerians, banned Nigerians from coming to UAE has nothing to do with indiscipline or anything. It has everything to do with CBN not paying Emirates their money. We all know that. You guys come here and make Nigerians feel like they're stupid, as if it is. Who told you the protest was going to be going to be violent? Where did you get that from? Who Who said that? When we did EndSARS protest, I was part of the people that were protesting in Abuja. That protest was peaceful until we saw thugs coming out from SUV, DSS vehicle. DSS vehicle, you saw thugs from Jabi Park coming out from DSS vehicle, police, what do they call it? Hilux. In Lagos, people, we saw cars, thugs coming out from BRT. Was it Nigerians that own Nigerian citizens protesting that own the BRT? Who is in charge of BRT? What are you talking about? You guys come here, every APC member that have been here, all they say is, oh, we want to overthrow Tinubu. You stole your way. This guy literally said to clergymen that he called to come and have meeting with him that he bought the presidency. He spent his money to become president. So no, he does not have any godfather, and nobody can tell him how to run the country. And that is the kind of person you're telling nobody wants. Since you found yourself, you're able to buy your way to become president. Do the damn job. Do the damn job. You met the fuel at 165. You wait now. You met the fuel at 167 naira. Take the fuel back there because you said subsidy is gone. Now we know you're paying yourself subsidy. So please take the fuel. Don't come here and speak to Nigeria in a condescending manner, making us feel like we don't know what we're doing or we're stupid. It is our right to protest, and protest we must. If you don't want it, get the hell out of the country. After all, you're not even in your country. So don't come here and tell us that people want to burn down the country. What do we want from the man? What? Cancel the office of the first lady. We have a president that his daughter said she has an office of first daughter. Telling Nigerians what to do and what not to do. What kind of nonsense administration is that? What kind of rubbish administration is coming here to tell us, gaslight Nigerians? Nobody listens to you.
So let's keep it short. I want to make sure the mic rolls. So Oyinkansola, I'll let you respond, and then I'll
first and foremost, women like this, they're not intelligent enough. You see, when you start to attack people for no reason because you feel you're upset, what the hell is this rubbish? Are you the only Nigerian? What are you mad about that you feel the need to use slurs at me? It's very weak. You had no point. First and foremost, you're trying to say the president came in and introduced buying a private jet. If he's leaving, is he going to take the private jet home? You really need to know how to have conversations, especially in spaces like this.
God. Just look at how you sound.
Well, at the end of the day,
Why is this Onika still here? Why is she still here?
Don't interrupt.
You need to buy it, first of all.
Let's not interrupt. I think she allowed you to get your speaking turn. So I want to just keep it civil, please. So it doesn't go, in a very ugly direction. People are listening, and for the background noise. So when it gets rowdy, it becomes non-palatable. So let Oyinkansola take her 1 minute. Please, I'm pleading for order. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oyinkansola, go ahead.
Women like this, I will not even engage. She talked about the president and the presidential jets and everything. First and foremost, when he's leaving, is he going to take it to his house? He's not going to do that. Whoever it is that comes in, even if it's your person that you have done everything, blood, sweat, and tears to try and bring in there, is going to use that same jet that they fought for. Secondly, you're saying this president, you've said a whole lot, which is very unfair. Right now in Nigeria, how many road systems are we using? Right now in Nigeria, we've introduced student loans. Right now in Nigeria, how many things? Let me keep bringing it out to you. Maybe you really need to be informed, because you cannot just sit down and vilify a person and think no one is going to talk about it. The same way you've got supporters is the same way we've introduced the Nigerian Youth Investment Funds, even down to hunger. The president has opened the borders for grains to come in. The metric tons have been put back into the system. I mean, palliatives have been going round. For the love of God, Nigerians would also help themselves. You talked about Canada.
Please
People
provide
can
the
turn
list
on their...
of the people that
this lady, could you chill?
Please,
In the name of
when
God,
you're
could you
talking,
please
can you
chill?
provide the list of people that benefited? Thank you.
If he please,
Seriously,
Oyinkansola, go ahead.
seriously.
And the lady talked about
Let her land. Let her land. Listen, guys. Come on now. Otherwise, we'll just have back and forth all night. It won't get anywhere.
I think at the
Okay,
end of the day,
Oyinkansola, take your
impulse
30
control
seconds. Yeah.
is very important. These are the people that could go out tomorrow and actually start attacking people physically. I don't know what your rage is about. Nigerian passport is the only passport that I hold in my whole life. That's my country. That's my
You
home.
have a
I would
paycheck.
die in
Because you have
Nigeria.
a
I will be
paycheck
buried.
every
Could you
month does
please
not mean
chill?
everybody has.
Could you
Don't
please
say
chill? Could you please chill? Impulse control, for the love of God. Just chill for a minute. I'm going to drop the mic and you can say whatever. Look, we're all fighting for the same nation, but I don't know where your patriotism lies. You need to come out and really say your agenda at this point. If you're talking about if you're living in Canada, putting on an AC, that's a major lie. If you're talking about that, I mean, she knows it. I mean, that's not, it doesn't work that way. And may the grace of God, you will be able to live in Canada tomorrow to see that it's all not butterflies.
If I want
It's
to live
all
in
not.
Canada, I can live in Canada, madam.
No, because I
Can
don't
you?
think you understand how the system works. It's not all bed and roses. They do not pick the Canadian dollar even on the road. So I pray you have the grace to go there to actually testify to all of these things. You can't come out and start using slurs at people. It's weak. If you've got your point, say it intelligently. I will talk about it. I've got nothing to say to you, Lamin, because at the end of the day, as a woman,
You have
woman to
said
woman, you
nothing that is
sounded so
intelligent
weak.
on this place.
So you can
Nothing
keep
you have said that
insulting
is
yourself.
intelligent
That's
or
fine.
deep.
Have a good evening.
Nothing you have said that is
Okay, okay.
intelligent.
So ladies, please. Let's dial back. Itzy, I'll give you 30 seconds, and then I'll go to Omo Olubuse, and then we'll take
That response was for
we'll take
me. I'm
Daniel.
supposed to be the
Okay.
one to respond to her. IQ.
Okay.
Yes, Ify, I'm allowed to let me just roll the mic to Ify, okay? So that way we just
Oh,
we spread the love, okay?
okay. You know, APC that we know, they are often very they are always very fast in saying they did this, they did that, did that. Like I just asked a very simple question. We would have loved to see the list of people that have benefited from the loan she's talking about, and we're not even talking about loan. We just gave her a simple scenario. We gave her a simple example. It's not even like we're asking for too much. People are suffering. You're not even talking about. She's even saying, if president is going, is he going to go with the private jet? Who talks about private jet? Why is he? Why does he even need to buy the new private jet in the first place? We're talking about right now the protest we want to do. We want to make our grievances to be known. We want the president to hear us. We want the governors to hear. We want the House of Rep members to hear what we are passing through. We want them to act on it immediately. We're not asking for too much. If you think Nigeria is okay for you and your family, no problem. Stay clear and allow people that want to protest to protest. And when we want to protest, we're saying the fuel subsidy has to come back. That's the first thing. For instance, now, if you bring out if you bring back the fuel subsidy right now, this night, tomorrow, I'm sure that nobody will go to the street to protest because we will know that he's listening to us. All these tons of rice, all these student loan. Let me tell you. Let me give you an example. The last time they did agri COVID-19 loan, do you see how it goes? You will see one person get like 20 times. They will get their friends. They will get their family, APC members. They will get their friends, family. They will put fake name. I'm a banker. I see what happened in those things. They'll put fake names and pay these fictitious people. You remove 50,000 or 150 and give them back the rest. That was what they did. With proof. I'm not just saying it. That was what they did. I know people that did it. They collect names. Okada people collect names, put it there. That's what they do. So if you are talking about student loan, let us have the list of people. Let us be free. Let's see people are here. If you want to collect loan, you just apply. You don't need to go know anybody. It's not a big deal. Those loan is actually what you are going to pay for. It's not as if he's dashing people. We are asking for fuel subsidy. We can't buy fuel 1,300. We can't. It is too much. People are so, and this fuel thing, everything is attached to it. Because if I go to the market and buy things this amount, when I go tomorrow and it adds money, I'll add money to my price. It's not a rocket science. So people are saying tomato, we are harvesting tomato in the north, we are doing onions, we are doing this. Why is it expensive? It's expensive because the farmer cannot carry the food, the farm product from his farm to the market without paying 10 times what he was paying before. So if he add all those things, he's going to add it before he'll be able to make profit. So everything goes about around the fuel subsidy. Let him bring back the fuel subsidy first. Then we'll listen to him. Because you're talking as if I think you're working with the government, no problem. So it's good you're here. What we're asking right now, this night, sit on the round table, tell him to bring back the subsidy first, subsidize our life through fuel subsidy first. Every other thing we cannot talk about it. But if not, we are going to protest, allow people to protest. And let me remind you, before any protest goes violent, is usually when the government officials Or okay, look at it. We've not started protest, and they're already arranging anti-protest. As in, the protest people are saying no protest. They're already protesting, and police allow them. Then people that want to protest, the police are already warning it's going to be violent. It's only when those people come to attack people. When you come that even the NSAS was 5 days peaceful NSAS. We're all watching it. 5 good days. They were peaceful. Then I live in a airport road. When we're going, we see them, we wave, we pass that area. And they were not blocking road until that the day they started countering it. They brought SUV in Abuja, scattering everywhere. Does touts use SUV, please? Does any tout use SUV? So it's also government officials. The officials, they are there. You know. So they are the one that made it to be violent. Nobody actually started the violence. If you attack people, obviously they will start throwing stones. They will want to defend themselves. That's how it is. And because of the anger, they will enter any street and start destroying things. So if police want to maybe help with the protest, they can come out. Yes, let them make their grievances. If they want to occupy Nigeria, occupy everywhere for 20 days, they shall allow them to occupy for 10 days. If the government want to answer them, this rice is not the problem. Everything you're talking about is not the problem. The main problem is the fuel subsidy, the economy. Okay, look at it. Importers. What's this other the speaker spoke before? The people that are importing with 9 million before, you import a 40-footer of container before for 9 million. How much is it now? Multiply it. It's about 40 million right now to clear a 40-feet container. How do you want these people to make a living? How do you want people to survive? Okay, then even the to clear if just a car, how much is it to clear a car in the world right now? Everything is adding more because dollar is rising. You've not tackled the economy. Why? What is happening? If you know that you're moving for a subsidy, you should put some things in place. Where I am in Canada, there's something they call TransLink, which is the buses everybody is using. If the day the TransLink went on strike, by Uber that I take $21 to my workplace, I took it for $95. That is show you that government
All
is
right, so
the
10
yeah.
seconds.
That is to show you that government is the one controlling the price. The government's responsibility to control the price.
Can I just make my final rebuttal and then I
Hold on,
leave,
let me finish
please?
my final, then I will drop the mic, then you can continue. Please. So since you're very close to the government, let them do their job by controlling the price. Bring back the fuel subsidy, then work on their economy. The dollar is rubbish. It's not about things. They are the one, they know what to do. They know what to do. So, for instance, the first thing we're asking from that list, bring back the fuel subsidy, bring it back so it will benefit a common man. That's the only thing will benefit from the government. All this loan you're talking about is their pocket. Every other agric, whatever, even when they were giving the agric loan, the bakery, all this, is them. They will still use the back door to collect the same money they are giving out to the public. They only give like 5 people, every other thing they will front people that will come and collect it. That is how it is. You know.
All right, so if we, okay,
So
okay, so
please,
thank you.
thank
All
you
right,
so much,
so
Akim. Thank you
Akimi,
so
I
so
let me,
have
much.
a question.
uh,
I have a question. Please, I have a
okay, I don't know who's speaking. Who's that?
Lamin, I have a question.
Okay,
My question
okay,
is,
you can throw the question, then I'll allow Oyinka Sola
yeah,
respond, then we'll move on to another speaker.
my question is, why is this administration that found their way to government through protest so afraid of protest? This administration got their popularity through protest. Why are they so afraid of protest? That is number one. Number two, why do we still have a minister of defense that a terrorist, a crowned terrorist, said to the whole world that, hey, you are the one sponsoring us, giving us money. The gun that we used to kidnap kids in this school and this school and this school, they should go and check your house, is there. Why do we still have the man as minister of defense for state, Abi, or what? Why? That is my question. Please, you can go and ask your grandpa. Why are they so you that found your way, got your popularity through process? Because me, I don't know Tinubu before
Well,
until
yeah, thank you.
Nigeria.
That's a lie, actually.
So
What do you
I
mean
don't
they
know.
got?
So me, I knew
It's just
Tinubu
lying.
through Occupy Nigeria, and that's how they got their popularity, and that's how they got their
That's a
empathy.
major lie. If you don't know it, ask
I
people.
don't
All right.
know
Okay.
him. I don't give a shit about him. And now I'm telling you, why are they afraid? Just answer the question. Why are they
Lamine,
afraid
hold
to
on.
approach?
Pull back, just pull back. All right. So I think you give her two loaded questions. So let Oyinka Shola respond, and then I'll take a few other gentlemen on stage. I'll keep you ladies up. It seems like we've not heard the last of it. But Oyinka Shola, go ahead. Take your 1
Thank
minute,
you very
please.
much.
1 minute, and
Thank
then
you
I'll
so
ring the
much,
bell.
Akin. First and foremost, it's fantastic being here. I would always say. Secondly, you guys, come on. Back to Ife. Ife, you guys want a working system. How many Nigerians are ready for the working system? You tell an average Nigerian, do not do this. That's what they feel they really need to do at that particular time. Please take out your trash and put your trash in this place. How many people actually obey the laws? How many of you guys even pay taxes to the government to say, okay, look, this is what we are, because these are the things that make the nation move forward. You're talking about even the Canada you live, my dear, there's the student loans. This is progress. I don't know if you don't know that progress starts with a single step. At the end of the day, right now in Abuja, you can actually take a light rail to the airport, the same airport we use about 5 hours. Please now, impose control,
I'm not
guys.
talking. I'm not talking. I'm
Secondly,
not
I
talking.
mean, if you're this process,
So,
for example, you guys wanted something peaceful. In the beginning, that was not the message you were giving people. At least we heard Comrade Space, where someone came out and said, we're gonna, you guys almost started pointing out and killing out, you want to turn the government officials to point and kill fish, that you can just speak out. These are the
Akin,
things
it's
you said
unfair that
before
you
the,
allow this lady
please,
go
please
on
impose
to say
control.
things like this.
Akim, Akim, I'm
Hold
honestly
on.
speaking,
It is
yeah, because it's
so
looking
wrong
like
that you allow this lady.
so,
Wait, if you
no,
hold on,
hold on,
I just want to tell you something.
you
You
see,
allow her
you
go
All right, so
on
cannot
guys,
to
let,
blackmail
let,
spew
let, let,
people.
let,
lies.
let,
No,
let,
please.
let, hold,
She's
hold. Listen, um, what I do is I let people speak. You ladies offer to counter if there's any, mistruths or infactual information, debunk it, and I would drop it there. I don't want any gentleman on stage interfering because I don't want to feel like other voices are, trying to be oppressive. So I want to just keep it that way. So Oyinka wrap up and then we'll come back. Seems like we're not over yet. But 30 seconds and then I need to pass the mic to leader, then Olajiri. All right, go ahead.
thank
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, it had a lag
Yes,
there.
this
Try
is
one more
even
time.
even on space. There's no impulse control. It's bullying. If people come out to say they want to protest, it's their civic rights as Nigerians. And if people come out to say, "Look, we're not for this thing," they have a right to say it. Why is it that your protest matters, and the people that come out to say, "Look, we're trying to safeguard ourselves. We're not ready." Do you know people lost their lives? Do you know people lost their properties? What exactly are you engineering? What are you gearing for? Are you looking for anarchy and chaos? We have seen people come out to openly threaten to burn down stations and everything. What exactly is the protest about that you're talking about fuel subsidy, for the love of God? You want them to remove or to put back fuel subsidy? Do we even have the money for all of these things? The little progress that we're having as Nigerians, it's not enough for you. Is it what exactly is the problem? Is what I want. I don't know what the problem is. I've not seen any problem. I really think this protest at the end of the day is just impatient Nigerians. I'm not trying to sound insensitive, but that's just what it is. So Lamine, I really need you to find your peace. I don't know why you're so upset with me. I don't even work with the government. I'm just an average citizen like you, but I cannot face your direction by force. It's not
But you said
possible. You cannot
we
bully me to
should
do it.
refer to the
You
government
cannot
Who
like
insult
is
me
who
to
is
do
who
it.
who
You cannot
who?
force me to
What
do it.
what
You
what's
cannot
my
force
problem
every
with
other
you? I'm
Nigerian
talking
too.
to you because you're
Enough is
talking
enough of all
nonsense.
of these things.
You're
You guys try to
speaking
bully people.
nonsense.
You try
You're
to
trying
shame
to
people.
gaslight Nigeria.
All right, so ladies, that was quite intense. I just had to give it 3 seconds so the audience can at least, you know, allow the noise to settle. I'm gonna open the mic, pass it on to Olajiri first, then leader. I'll bring you in. But before the two of you speak, Kadu Ganu has been on the stage for a very long time. I would put the mic to him. I'll call Olajiri and leader. If they want to come in, so just hang out here. But please, let's keep it very civil. Don't interrupt people. Again, I don't do echo chambers. People are dragging me in the DMs. Why are you allowing her to speak? She's allowed to speak. So again, I operate a live and let live uh, system. But if I hear anything in factor, I step in. If people cross the line, promote rhetoric that is not conducive for the space, I will interrupt you because this is not a platform to promote toxic energy. Anything that is ethnic, offensive, triggering, and bleeding, let's keep it very, very clean. Okay. Daniel, go ahead. Mike is yours. I hope you're still awake. Daniel, are you there?
Sleeping. He's
Okay.
sleeping, Aki. Please, Aki, before since the guy is sleeping, let her tell us, prove to us here. I want to see where they said they want to burn Nigeria down. Let her prove. This is the Jumbotron. Put a tweet here. Put the picture and video of where they are burning Nigeria. You can't come here and come and gaslight people and come here and spew nonsense and talk for as if you're
Oh,
talking
Lamin, please,
from
you
your.
know what? At this
No,
point, you need to
shut the
shut the
fuck
hell up.
up. Let
You
me
have
speak,
said a lot.
madam.
At
Shut
this
the
point, you
fuck
need
up.
to just shut up,
Let
please.
her come and put on this jumbotron where they are saying that they are going to burn the country down, or they want to turn
You
a
didn't.
minister to
Didn't you
point
see
and kill.
FEC? You didn't see what happened in FEC today. MTN
Oh,
office. You were
what
blind
is
to it. Why are you
He said
lying?
the Nigerians have said that they were going to turn people to point and kill. Put it here. I want to see it here. Aki, I have a picture
Are you
of
trying to say
in
that
my
people did not
estate.
talk about the
The
lawmakers?
facility
They
manager
did
in my
not say
estate.
that, look,
Please
this
check the
one, leave him for
jumbotron.
me during the protest. Are you trying to
Put
say
it
people did not
here.
say
You
that?
said
Why are
Nigerians
you
on
lying,
comrade
Lamin?
space. You said on comrade space, people want to turn politicians to point and kill. You can't
Okay,
come
I
here
will
and say
bring up,
things and
don't
you don't
worry,
have
you
to.
want it? I will
Put
put
it here.
it on the
I
JT.
want you to put it on this jumbotron. You have a government. You know the problem with Nigerians? We have been so conditioned to the point that we don't think we deserve anything good. Nigerians don't think they deserve anything nice. And unfortunately, we have allowed these guys treat us like this. You have politicians giving Nigerians handouts. Nigerians are complaining of insecurity, return for source. But you think your solution is to give us handouts, is to share rice. Nigerians, because we are not chicken. You're giving us rice. You're sharing rice to Nigerians. In this same rice they said they are sharing, Aki, there's a video that says Ministry of Agriculture are repacking the rice to sell it to people at 45,000 naira. What kind of ridiculous government is this? What kind of ridiculous government is this?
So let me say this. Okay, so let's see what. Let's just do another thing. You go ahead, then lead down to you as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I heard everything Oyin Consola said and her. To be honest, ma'am, you are very, very being dishonest. That's the truth. You actually need to look deeply and see how people feel in this country and think deep to yourself. If you are in people's shoes, fine, you said you are abroad. Cool, interesting. You are living a good life. It's your family and your children. Interesting. But can you just look close to what people are going through in Nigeria, how people are suffering? This same Akinheda is here. I always see his tweets, how he complained bitterly about his business, how he has left the United States to Nigeria, how people cannot even own their businesses because of how people are struggling in that country. But you are here, you are saying people have been doing this, they don't like men. Your president asks for the job, then you should do the damn job. You should actually do the damn job. If you are saying that, oh yes, people they should give you time. When a leader says, "Give me time," we are going to see it from yourself, and you show us that I'm a good example. I'm actually making sacrifices for myself. See, guys, I have done this. I have cut this. I have done this. Yes, from there I will have sense of reasoning that yes, this man actually is making me to know like yes, I actually need to, you know understand because he's taking that step. But unfortunately, today you are going to see somebody spend 1 billion, somebody spend 5 billion on this, on that, and oh, you'll be patient with me. God, it doesn't work that way. There is no good leader that is very patriotic and love his people that acts that way. It doesn't make sense like that. People are really, really suffering. If you see how people are suffering in Nigeria, you wouldn't be talking like this. You wouldn't, purchasing power of everybody has gone. The purchasing power has gone. You are abroad. You know how much you spend. $15, $20 is nothing. It's what somebody can make in just 1 hour. And The money you make in a day can feed you in 3 weeks. You are fine. People live their life on small money. Food is not the problem. The least food you can see in America is food. The least problem you can see in America is food. They may not even have house to stay, but food is not a problem. But see how people are suffering in Nigeria. People cannot even make sure that they eat just 3 square meal in a day. And we are here, we are saying here, we should be patient with the government. They are doing this, they are doing that. If you see what, there's one handle on this Twitter called Lagospedia. You see bigotry now. You see the dangerous words that guy is whooping out. None of you is talking about it. None of you is talking about how those guys are threatening people. But no, it is all about people that want to protest, peaceful protest. You guys turn it to something else. The police they have released more than 20 to 20 press just on protest. On protest. There is nobody in Nigeria, no any forms of body that have not released statements. DSS, military, on top of the Nigerians want to come out and protest peacefully. So what are we talking about? Every one of you, you keep going back to 2020 NSAS. You yourself, you all know what happened during NSAS. You know people that infiltrate. You know people that government released to, but you know you won't talk about it. All of you will deny that fact. It's all about people that want to go out and protest. So I don't know. It's just quite unfortunate. At least I know you support APC. It's not my problem. It's not my business. But just sit down. Let's think about how people are suffering in this country. What people are going through. Come on, man. What they are going through in this country. It's not if yeah, thank you so much, Akin.
All right, leader, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Aki. Aki, it's been a minute. It's been a minute I've been on this space, and yeah, it's good to have you guys. Very interesting conversation. It's always good to hear the different sides of different arguments. But me, I'm going to talk as a Nigerian and as a passionate Nigerian. And my own yardstick for judging any government is when you put yourself forward for an election. What you're saying to the electors and Nigerian people, whoever is going to vote, is that you understand the challenges of the country and you have the unique leadership skills to solve the problems, the unforeseen problems, because unforeseen problems are going to show up at some point, and the ones that you're already prepared for. But you have the right judgment, you have the right skills, you assemble the right team, and move the country from the wrong direction to a prosperity direction. That's my only assessment for every government. And when I look at the APC government, what I see is a group of people who come together just to capture the state and capture the state resources, and they're not in the business of solving any kind of problems for Nigerians, but they're just in the business of gaslighting them and making them feel like they are victims. You're making them feel like they're the problem. Someone will tell you, "Oh, Nigerians don't want to do the right thing." Nobody does want to do. Don't want Nobody ever wants to do the right thing. It is the government of the day that makes sure there's enforcement, and that's why people do the right thing. You've lived in developed countries, Akin. People don't want to pay taxes. It is government that comes after their taxes. The government that makes sure that nobody is. And when people tell you, "Oh, you're not patriotic," don't let them lie to you. Patriotism is not if it's not by force. Patriotism is not a gift that you give to your country. Patriotism has to be backed by something. For me to be patriotic to my state has to offer me security. My state has to provide certain things for me to be patriotic to my state. I don't just give patriotism just like that because I'm part of this state and I know it's a contract. What it means is that if there's an invader from the outside, my military is going to protect me. If I get into an accident, my government is going to provide me good roads and going to make sure when I get to the hospital, I'm not going to die before I get to the hospital. What also my government is going to do for me is my government is not going to make sure that it's going to make sure there is no food insecurity. When the headers farmers are having crisis, my government is not going to keep quiet till we get to the point where we don't produce enough food for our people, where we have food insecurity. That is what the government is supposed to provide for me. When our mainstay is oil, my government is going to make sure that the refineries are working. My government is going to also make sure that since 2015 we sold more oil, more crude oil, more crude more crude in 2015 than we have sold till 2024. That is why people become patriotic to their country. When your country has your back and make sure that they're making life easy for you and they're making sure that businesses can thrive, not stifling the voice of people, not pushing people out on the streets and then gaslighting them. The kind of pressure that our government, the kind of charade that this our government has done because of these protests, if they put it in just making sure that they're stopping crude oil theft. Because again, let me remind my fellow Nigerians, the crude oil theft that happens in Nigeria, it is not done by me and me and you cannot stop it. The Navy escorts the big vessel of ships that goes out of the country. It's not done by me and you ordinary citizens. So if the government is very serious, they will protect our seas, protect our pipelines, make sure that people are not stealing our crude, make sure that we have money coming in. If the government is serious, they're going to make sure that all the money that was borrowed by Buhari's administration, they're going to do an audit. They're going to make sure that these people can account for it. Because all the loans that we took, we're not seeing any effects. All the narratives that were printed, we're not seeing any of this stuff. But yeah, people come and tell you are not patriotic, you want to burn your country down. You know, like you're stupid, like you don't know what patriotism is all about. Like patriotism you just hand any government that comes, you hand in patriotism without getting anything in return. Can somebody sit down here and tell us what our state is doing for us? You see, unfortunately, Nigerians are the best citizens that any government, any kind of government we want to have as citizens, because we ask nothing of our government. We ask nothing. We provide our own water, provide our own electricity, provide our own security. We even build our own schools. All we ask is for security. All we ask for, because we don't control the currency, the value. We don't control those things. It's all controlled by the central bank and the government's economic team. And so all we ask is make sure that the environment is feasible. Make sure that we have a working environment where we put in stuff, we can work and do what we have to do. But yet they want to lie to you, they want to gaslight you. They want to tell you that you're the problem. Meanwhile, all they want to do is they want to keep capturing the state, hold the resources, and keep making deals. And people are dying in poverty. People are dying because of no future. And when you want to protest, they want to gaslight you and make you be the problem. So, my fellow Nigerians, I will not waste my time with people who are not sleeping, but they are closing their eyes and act like they are sleeping. All they are doing, they're just trying to gaslight you. You cannot wake them up. So don't try to get them to feel what you think they understand it. They know what the price in the market is. They understand the colossal damage that APC has done to Nigeria. They know it. They understand it. They know it. They know why they were protesting when they said they want $1 to $1. They know it. So they're not. Don't waste your time. All you have to do is, if you're serious, you try to figure out how to hold your government accountable. That's my own advice. I'm not even advising anyone to go out and protest. I'm not saying don't protest. My thing is this. We have to understand that every day for the thief, one day the owner of the house might take over his house. And the truth is that at some point, Nigerians are going to be able to come together and take their country back. Because it makes no sense that at a time like this, any responsible government, there's something called priority. It's simple sense, common sense. You cannot tell me that I am, as a father of a house, I can barely feed my children. Then I'll go get a loan from somebody and I'll buy a brand new SUV and say that, okay, when I die, my son will inherit it, so you should not complain about it. There's something called priority. There's something called priority. Even you as an individual, you do it in your personal life. We cannot be buying private jets at a time like this. This is the worst time to buy a private jet for the government like Nigeria. And especially when we have a president that's very influential, who is quote unquote the best politician that has ever lived in Nigeria. His friends, even doesn't want to use his own, his friends can borrow in private jets. We have ones that Nigeria can use. The vice president's house they are building is uncalled for. The senators, their SUVs, uncalled for. Their huge salaries. If you want Nigerians to sacrifice, you lead by example. That's what leadership is. You say, I'm not going to take any salary. I'm not going to buy this. I'm not going to. This is not the time. It's not business as usual. We're going to probe the past administration. Since they say, oh, Buhari is not Tinubu, we're going to probe Buhari, probe him, and let all those guys that we know that stole money Bring them. Let them release the money. At least Buhari was even doing the one he said, oh, Dejani's money, so money. They were got the houses, even though the money didn't end up in the coffers, but at least it was media trial. Let us see that there's a difference between APC, Buhari, and APC Tinubu. But as long as I'm concerned, they're all the same. So my fellow Nigerians, don't let nobody come here and lie to you. Don't let them go here and gaslight you. They're going to tell you want to burn the country down. That is all political propaganda. They want to keep you powerless. They want to take the list that you have. They push you to the wall. They made you poorer. The 70,000 naira they're talking about as minimum wage is your 18,000 in 2015 was better. Is still better than the 70,000 naira now. And yet they still want to take away your voice, the voice that you have. That is how you move to dictatorship. They make you lose yourself. They make you lose your ability to think, and they make you think you are the one that is stupid. And they come there. These are all political Alilua boys that are getting paid for their job, and their job is to keep you poor, keep you in poverty, keep you voiceless, and continue to run your resources till they run you to the ground. So I said to you, my brothers and sisters, fellow Nigerians, please take heart, do what you have to do, stand for yourself. Nobody's more Nigerian than the next person. Nobody's father was born with Nigeria. We're all Nigerians, we all have a right, and it's time that we Nigerians, I'm talking about not the 2% of the elite. And let me also tell all these people that are making noise on social media.
Leader, yeah.
I'm
Wrap
giving a
up,
second.
leader. I beg, 10
All the people that
seconds.
are making noise in social, these are people that I give 5,000 naira, $5,000 to come out and rant and make noise. Many of them are not. The people who are oppressing you are the ones who are the 2% of the population who are our politicians. So let's identify who our politicians are, and let's hold them accountable, and let's make sure that this country works, whether you like it or not. And that's all I have to say. Aki, thank you for letting me speak, and good luck to you guys.
Woo! Guys, first of all, moderating is not easy. I've been doing this for 9 hours. 9 hours. So I beg, pardon me. I cannot, they wanted me to fact check. I already had two ladies on stage to offer rebuttals. I don't do echo chambers. If you're used to my spaces, I leave an open mic. I let people come. They speak their piece. If it's just me, I counter. If somebody else is on stage, they do the fighting back or response. It's been, I have loved the energy, but trust me, I'm depleted. This is 2:30 a.m. in the morning, but I'll keep it going for a few more minutes or maybe another half hour. If I don't put you up, as I said, I had close to 200 requests. The app is not stable. I have to keep my energy level up as well. So pardon me, I listen to everything everyone says. So somebody says something that is out of place, not suitable for the space, I try to push back. So again, if I've not brought you up, there are a few people I've been trying to bring up. They keep dropping heads. That's EEHETZ. I've tried bringing you up. Ambassador Abubakar, I've tried bringing you up a few times. So I'll keep trying. If you can't come up, maybe it's your network. You might want to exit the space. Request. If I see it, I'll pull you up. But let's take Emmanuel. I think you spoke earlier, so let me make sure somebody else can speak. So let's take Chelsea, and then I'll bring a few more
Okay, let me do my 2 minutes and I'll be gone, okay?
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. For a minute, I thought maybe you just like drama show. You allow those women to be punching each other and you're just chilling. How in the world were you able to sit down there and let the back and forth go? My blood pressure was rising. And me, I thought I was a peaceful man, but my blood rises. But at the end of the day, it just shows that we are all passionate about our beloved country. We're not fighting one another. If things were relatively working well, we would not be where we are today, trying to air our opinion, our views, our understanding of our homeland. Our cry, our desire is for things to be different. I've been abroad for over 23 years. I go home every year, at least three weeks in a year. And when I leave, I don't want to leave because my umbilical cord was buried in that country. I love my country, no matter how bad it is. I long to be back home. Between me and you, after all these years spent abroad, I've learned a lot. I'm looking forward to
to a time possibly where I can come and copy and paste the things that I learned in that country. But as it is right now, it's not conducive. And we are praying for that. The people at home wants to see that change. Those of us overseas want to see that change. Instead of us going back and forth, punching each other in the nose, below the belt and all that, let's try to see how we can come together and speak one voice. We want to end bad governance. All right, what do we need to do? Who are those economists we can talk to help us draw a plan? Because, there's this, I'm not trying to take this to a religious angle, but they say, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. You know, if you know what you came to do, if you had a game plan, that is the game plan you'll be executing. Apparently, the current administration, I had a game plan, and this is what they plan for. And they are okay with it. And that's why the people are saying, okay, we're no longer okay with it. We cannot keep blaming the presidency. We have the three branches of government. They were supposed to bring balance to the government system. But for the fact that all the branches of government has failed, the people now want to voice their opinion. They want to express themselves. And is their civil rights, is their constitutional rights. It must be allowed. My cry and my desire is that we should do it peacefully and hope that they will hear us and do something about the demands. I hit the mic and I will step down. Thank you, Akin. I don't know how you're doing it, but you've been an amazing guy. Have a good night, man. I'm gone.
Hello. Can you hear me, please?
Aki, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, just I
I
can hear.
I hope Aki is not sleeping. Oh.
He might have some network issues. I think maybe somebody else should speak. Go ahead and speak. He might be having some network challenges. Instead of the silence, can somebody go ahead and speak?
Okay. Chelsea, do you want to say something, or I should just go ahead to talk speak?
Yeah,
So sorry, I was
please.
on mute.
Hello.
So let's
Hello.
can you hear me? Chelsea, let Chelsea go. Yeah, Chelsea, go ahead.
All right. Good evening. Good morning. Whichever part of the country we are, this morning here in Nigeria. Can everyone hear me? Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Akin, for the opportunity to speak on your space. Having listened to what all the speaker said since morning, my advice is that as a citizens of Nigeria, we have the responsibility to uphold the what make us in Nigeria, and we have every right to protest. We have every right to show our grievances in a way and a manner that suggests that we are indeed a good patriot of this country. So come August 1, everyone that's going to go out, please be peaceful. And my prayer is that at the end of this protest, Nigeria will be better for all. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I've tried bringing a few people up. No luck. So again, we've given this a good 9.5 hour run. I've enjoyed a lot of contributions. Please, the goal is, a peaceful outcome with the protest. The list of the demands. Although there's a new attempt to throw a monkey wrench in the whole thing with a propaganda list. If you see it out there, please debunk it. Nobody's asking for free data or free credits or some of the caricature that they are painting. Nigeria is not in a good place. Things are really tough. People are struggling. Households cannot, tell you if they can feed, tomorrow morning. And it's just painful. More than any time, Nigerians are poorer than any time in our history. And it's just bad. As a nation, we should be climbing up the chart, not falling below expectations. So we plan to protest this Thursday and beyond. Again, organize yourselves, be very peaceful. I will say this to you. The goal is to go home and come back in one piece. People planning for death or injuries or all of that, I say nobody should be doing that, because we ought to put the torchlight on security forces in saying your job is to protect and preserve. But then, if anything, just make sure that are well known. You see something, say something. And I think, there's been this equally irresponsible attempts to scare people, threaten people. We shouldn't cower. If there's anything, we shouldn't be encouraged by a government that came into power by their protest. So again, nobody's looking to foment trouble, chaos, anarchy. But I'll say this: it's been a pleasure. I did put out a letter officially, official letter to the IG of police, CC the FPRO. They said they'll get back to me. I'm waiting for an appearance on a Twitter space, because I need the police to come show Nigerians that they will carry out their constitutional duty with protecting individuals, and people would be out recording the police and not being attacked by unknown faces or of and really make sure very seriously. But you've been on, thanks for sticking with us. It's a recorded space. I need to end it so I can post it. I don't want it to crash and then we lose the conversation. Join me again. I'm hoping to turn on the mic perhaps on Wednesday. If I get the police to respond, maybe Wednesday evening, ideally, would be another good opportunity. And, looking forward to people coming out in numbers. And please, this Not in My State campaign of hostility and division is not rhetoric we ought to tolerate and promote. So if you see it anywhere, give it a thumbs down, because it's just very irresponsible, it's reckless, and absolutely disgusting. But again, thanks for joining me on this Twitter space. Have a great evening and look forward to talking to you all again. Drop me a DM or perhaps leave a comment if I'm not following you. I'm very lazy at following back. I apologize. I'll try as many people as I can. But good morning, good night, and take care. Stay blessed.